Hi, James. How are you today? Should I use this shawl or a different one?
You can use that one, or it's up to you. It's up to you. I'm gonna see if I could spotlight you. Oh, I can pin you. Hello. Hey. Is now streaming live on YouTube. Oh crap, we're on YouTube. So we can't practice on this one. Shoot. I wonder if we should just go to a different link to run through real quick.
So I can actually put you into a breakout room if you give me just a quick second.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. So yeah, if you put Candace, Brittany, Raylene, all my dancers in a breakout room.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me names again here real fast.
Okay, so there'll be Jermaine, Candace, Raylene, Fox. Oh my gosh, I drew a blank. Brittany, Augustine, and Cora.
Okay, perfect. As they come in, I'll move them over, but I'm gonna move the two of you over there right now, just in case.
Okay, thank you. I should have you log in, and if you see someone in the main room, have them just tell them, move these guys. Oh, but you have to log in from your.
So you will have to click accept on being moved over though.
Okay.
Hi, Jermaine, you're with the dancers?
I am the single. today.
Gotcha. Fantastic. I'm going to move you over into a breakout room to join the rest of them.
Okay.
You'll have to click accept. Thanks for doing this, by the way. Hi, Chris. How are you today?
I'm good. Can you hear me, Fred?
Yeah, I can sure hear you.
Now let's see if I can get the video to work.
Perfect. I can see you.
All right.
This is good.
A little early. I just have a fear of being the guy that holds up the works when the time comes.
Right, I understand. So we got a little bit of time here, so I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah. In fact, I think I'm going to stop my video and mute my mic and go eat some lunch. So
Yeah. Feed the cat meowing in the background here.
I could hear a little bit, yes.
Yeah. All right. Good, Fred. We'll see you in a little bit.
All righty, sounds good. Howdy, Dave.
quiet right now.
Okay, we'll just hang out. We're gonna go on mute. Okay.
Okay, I finally got in.
Are you in?
Yeah. Brittany's up there.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I was off getting some lunch in a different room and couldn't hear you. I'm going to move all of our dancers over to our breakout room where they're practicing here.
Okay, yeah, so we already got 2 done, so we just need the new ones to come in and test it out real quick.
Perfect. Amanda, are you one of our dancers?
Yeah, she is.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And WRTC, are you wanting to go to the dancers as well?
No, I'm with the start of the program. I'll be doing the prayer.
Fantastic.
Britt, are you ready? Unmute.
Brittany should be moved over.
Oh, there's Amanda. Okay, Amanda, are you guys ready? Just do a little walkthrough.
Yeah, they should be in the breakout room already.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, show your cameras, guys. Okay. Go ahead and mute Amanda and tell her, how Britt's done, and then you guys can go. So you kind of, they practiced yesterday, so they can kind of show you what to do. So remember to all come up to the camera, introduce yourself, and then step back for your song. So Dad, can you mention like when, you know, that we got permission to be here, but because this event was planned, let's just say it was planned in January. And then, you know, but we did ask permission from the chairman to have the event.
Okay.
So yeah, we can say that, you better commission the event. Okay, Britt, you ready?
We're gonna try out our music real quick. We're gonna put you on mute real fast.
Okay. Let's go. His name is Cora. morning to get my eye checked.
Hello, Fred.
How's it going?
Good. This is James. I'm having problems with my computer, and for some reason, you can't hear me when I'm on Zoom. I can see you and you can see me, and so that's why I called in as well, and I can watch it, on the computer. But I just wanted to make sure that this was working.
Perfect. Yep, it is working. Are you able to mute yourself?
I will.
Okay, perfect. So, I mean, I know that I can mute you, but not sure if on the phone you can unmute yourself. So
James,
yeah,
James, are you calling in on the Zoom line? Are you calling in from your phone? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm calling. I'm calling on my phone. The information that I got from the Zoom that you guys sent out, I called that number on my phone.
Okay. Hey, Fred, is anybody else on this link right now?
yeah, we have quite a few people actually.
I'm over here. Marcy's here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So we've got James, we got Dave, we have Chris, we have Eric, we have Marcio, Sarah Hamlin's on, Veronica, quite a few people.
Okay, so everybody start migrating, leave the breakout room.
Okay.
We'll head over to the main show.
Showtime.
Perfect. Then I'll go ahead and close all the breakout rooms. For the judges that are on there, when we go into deliberations, I will place you inside of a breakout room that the general public will not have access to and will not be broadcast on YouTube.
Just up to your Bluetooth, and you can play the music off of there or off of your phone. Oh, my phone, because my speaker. All right.
Oh, you can like something.
iPad.
right, I believe that we're ready to begin at any time.
I wonder if I should just.
I'm now being told that dancers will be starting around 12:40. Perfectly fine. We look forward to it.
Should I take straight and see if he's coming?
Hi everyone, my name's Cora Lambert. I'm an enrolled Northern Rep member, and I'm also a student at CWC studying business entrepreneurship or business administration and entrepreneurship. I was brought on as an intern for the Winter Start Challenge. I normally do the reaching out and communicating with the contestants, as well as helping out with the workshops. So to get us up to a good start, we have some very exciting opening live performances prepared. In order, Danila, Augustine, Raylene Fox, Ellen Gardner, Corey Lambert, and Zariah Redplume are going to be showing you a variety of dance categories. Jermaine Bell and Herb Augustine are also going to be singing. I didn't catch all those names. Don't worry, our dancers and singers will give a
How do I mute?
And with all that being said, I'd like to thank our performers for being here today. Thank you for taking the time out of your schedules. I know that this is very out of the ordinary and we had to practice and communicate a lot. So thank you once again, and everyone else, please enjoy.
Do you know how to mute on this so they can't hear us?
Brittany Augustine, you're on. So we need your camera and to unmute, please.
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Brittany Augustine.
Okay, we're unmuted.
Your camera. Start.
Are you guys ready to roll?
Yep, you're up first.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, what should all that. You're right here too. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Danila June Augustine. I'm 12 years old and I'm from ECT Wyoming. I'm Northern Cheyenne level 2 in Northern Rep.
Happened to Britt? It's just there. Britt's not even there, huh?
Yeah, it appears that we have lost our performer, unfortunately.
Okay, let's go with Candace Toledo.
Turn it on.
Down.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure I unmuted it. Can you see me? I can't see my video.
Yeah, we can see you. They'll spotlight you, your video.
Hold on, I need to grab my phone. Ah!
Just leave this one down.
All right, you ready?
How can they?
Yes.
Can they see?
You're on. We see you.
Hang on. I'm like, I can't see our video. I can't see our camera.
You're on.
Oh, okay.
Hi, my name is Zara Whiteplume. I am 16 years old, currently attending St. Stephen's Indian School. I currently take dual credit classes at CWC College, and I am currently going to be a senior this coming fall. Oh, yeah. That's all.
Okay, next we have Raylene Fox.
Hold on, I'm almost ready. Where's the malfunction? Yeah. Hello, speak to Ina, Nanana, no Unhasenito. Hello, my name is Erikra and Hung Papa and Oglala, and I am 17 years old and I go to Wyoming Indian High School, and this coming fall I'll be a senior. Oh. Is that your little speech time? Okay. Ready? Hold on, it's loading. Give it a second.
This is
Clap. Hey everybody.
No.
President you. Oh. Hey, Tom, go ahead. Put the carpet together. Tom, what was your song? Huh? don't point it at me. Point it at the side. Sorry. You better overlap it. God, is that good?
True.
I know. That's what I'm telling. Okay. Where do you want me? Or want it? Just stand. Okay, go ahead. You gotta say your name, what school, tribe, what you dancing. Speak louder.
I'm Talon Gardner. I go to Wyoming Indian. I dance traditional and Northern Arapaho and Crow. A little bit of Irish. And I'll be a junior in high school next year.
Ready? You truly sounded like part of.
Okay, Brittany, Augustine.
Okay, go for it now. Hello everyone, my name is Daniela Jude Augustine. I am 12 years old and I'm from PTC, Wyoming. I noted Rapool, Northern Cheyenne, and Navajo. Today I'll be showing you the double beat.
Aho. Next up, we have our last dancer, Corey Lane Bear.
Hello, my name is Corey Lambe, and I'm Northern Arapaho, and I'll be dancing the fancy dance. I'm also Northern Cheyenne.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, panel number 2.
Look up to me. Okay, move it, the camera. Move it right
How do we get it up there?
We'd just like to take this time to thank Cora Lanebeer for selecting and organizing the dancers. I know some of the dancers had to use their phones for connectivity, so we had a little bit of delay in some of the music, but we really appreciate the dancers coming out on, you know, a hot day and having to dance in the sun so we could see your face. So again, thanks to Cora Lanebear, who is the intern at Central Wyoming College, who works with Kyle Trumbull. Am I unmuted? I'm thinking unmuted. Oh yeah, I am. Sorry.
There's mute right there.
Oh no, we're good. So at this time, I'm going to just, you know, give the dancers, you guys we appreciate, you know, taking time out of your day. Thank you for opening up this event, the Wind River Pitch Day. So we'll get started with the event today. I don't know if I'm gonna spotlight me. So Dos, Nanana Naniehi, Bikana Hisse, Dr. Teresa Spoonhunter. I'm an assistant professor at Central Wyoming College. I teach American Indian Studies, nation building, looking at tribal leadership governance, tribal resource management, economic development, and entrepreneurship. I've been here in Wyoming for 6 years, but I am an enrolled Northern Arapaho tribal member, so this was a great opportunity for me to come home and to help my people. I think, you know, as an American Indian woman, you know, we kind of have this expectation that whatever degree or, you know, opportunity that we seek, that we help our people, we find our role in our tribe. And so for me growing up, you know, I was fortunate to have a very well-educated family, even though I grew up on the Blackfeet Indian Reservation. It was very stressed to attain higher education, to get a degree. Most of my family are actually educators. We do have ranchers in our family, so they've done a little bit of business to make ends meet on the reservation. I graduated from the University of Montana with an anthropology degree. At that time, Native American Studies was just kind of becoming a mainstream program at most universities. I got my minor in Native American Studies. I then returned to the Blackfeet Reservation and taught and did research for the Blackfeet Community College. I then went to the University of Arizona and got my master's in American Indian Studies, looking at Glacier National Park and the assertion of Blackfeet treaty rights. As we know, most reservations are kind of front door to many national parks, such as the Wind River Indian Reservation. So a big part of their revenue is actually tourism and marketing tourism for that community, but also maintaining, you know, those reserved treaty rights. And how do you find balance? If anything, when we're, you know, we look at Indian communities, we look at them as sovereign nations with the right to control, but also they have rights on, you know, ceded lands. A lot of the reservation here in Fremont County is referred to as checkerboard, meaning that due to allotment, a lot of the reservation has, you know, non-fee land and non-fee land, land held in trust. When a piece of land is held in trust, it is not, you know, available to do, you know, something such as economic development. So tribes kind of have to be creative and find ways to do economic development. So bringing this, you know, startup challenge to the Wind River Reservation, you know, it's our first year. We're learning as we go. We started working with the University of Wyoming EPSCoR and then the Wyoming Technical Business Center. There's a few other partners that will be named later, but you know, they came. I've been working with the University of Wyoming EPSCoR project we're on year 3, and so through this project, we also expanded into this Wind River challenge. And so today we will have 5 finalists. We did start out our first workshop. We had over 40 people that showed up at our first workshop for this startup challenge. Since then, you know, each workshop, you know, the future entrepreneurs were asked to start to build a business plan. And so, we had 3 workshops before COVID set in. And so we were able to, provide some tools, some guidance for some of the community people that were interested in starting a business. And we've done a little bit of nation building and allowing guidance with the contestants and all those that submitted plans, and whittled those plans down to the top 5. And so these were 5 that pitched their ideas and were selected to present today. We had hoped to present, plans started in January, and we were hoping to present at the Wind River Casino, but that didn't happen due to COVID. And so, bear with us as we are doing our best to make this happen. Also, we're at a critical time for the Arapaho people with the amount of cases, but also, our ceremonial calendar year. There are some protocols that, must be considered. And being that we planned this event in January, we had to make sure that we had the correct permissions to move forward. And so when we look at economic development, we look at the reservation and, what are the possibilities, what are some of the restraints, and how do we as, a people, as a nation, as tribal leaders, really develop infrastructure to have and support small businesses. We have guidelines with the Taro. We have some tribes that have even kind of, in a sense, put themselves at risk and waive their sovereign immunities, such as the Choctaw Nation in Mississippi. So they went from having almost 90% unemployment, bringing in some factories such as Hallmark, some of the auto factories came in and did some development, and now they're importing labor, and pretty much they have a 90 to 100% employment rate. They've been able to invest that money back into their community and culture and language preservation. I think they were down to nearly 17 speakers, and now they're starting to recover their language. So you're starting to see that many tribal nations, through economic development, tribal entrepreneurship, are using, not necessarily the money to get rich, but to help, rebuild some of their infrastructure, provide youth programs. We have Ho Chunk Inc. Out of Nebraska that has done a lot of youth development. When you go into their community and you drive through town, you will see tons and tons of opportunities for youth. They have basketball courts, they have baseball fields, they have a swimming pool, they have recreational activities. And so this is a way for tribes to really kind of do a lot of community development to meet the needs of their nations and to help bring in more opportunities and kind of raise, some of the people, that need help and guidance. We were hoping to kind of expand this. Like I said, we are learning as we go, and we will learn from this year and hopefully start a little bit earlier come the fall. But before we start getting into the pitches today, I would like to take this time to ask my father, president of the Wind River Tribal College, to offer a prayer.
Oi, ho, natona. Anana ba ni nito. Inana ina. Ho abata hiya ni ni deputy no pitde. Ada wa ye tina. Ada anata no inana iti. Oi nana ne ka batan ho. Chanyan ho to ne be icha. Hati na kai wa na basi ben hana ba. Sni to ta to ye to na vita and tani. Ina ya tane na so bai so na se basan tana ne tane. Ta ya na ni se ha. Ina ya tane na so bai na tana. Bi na tane ne bai ana bai se tane se be kakumi. Bai na ne ka ba ta. Oh, ne bine ne he se ni David no hina na hat just stana no a pitch day. Johnny on bay a chika thea hinana ita. To be nothing new bay on a base at the nation no na so but he said. Johnny hot to near and nothing ether. Ni nanan yahahu no knock out. To Bathea and hinana his ni knock out. Johnny on bay a chika thea but still Nathan ni David. I in an echo about that. Beth and test show to say no, and the be Kakuni. Why in an echo about that. But he talked away. No, so I hope. I just want to thank everybody. Like Teresa said, I went and talked with our tribal chairman and one of our ceremonial people. When John, our pipe keeper, and I had told him about our event, and he said, "Lawn is, was planned before pipe dates were set." Then he said, "Go on with it, long as you're done by evening." So we'll be done by evening time, and so we want to really thank them for the support they give education. And so with that, I want to wish good luck to all the students who are going to be competing the top 5, and wish them best of luck, and so they can start helping out our tribe. Okay, and then I want to call on my nephew, Etha Jermaine. Ed Niwa High bought. He's going to see our flags on. That's kind of one of our protocols when we get started with our events. Why, Etha? Thank you. Okay, I hope that's it. I just want all of you out there to know that in our tribe, veterans are held in the highest regard. They say, "Oh, they're way up here because they've allowed us to have the freedoms that we're allowed to do, especially today, to be able to present, in a good way without, worried about things that happen to us. So we want to thank Jermaine and Jen for the flags on, all our veterans for allowing us freedom to do the things that we do. Oh,
Okay, next up, Dave.
Thanks, Teresa. Thanks. Thank you for the prayer and the song. That was really inspiring. So I welcome you too. Everybody that's on, Fred is keeping account, and we've got a reasonable crowd of people that are watching, which is really fantastic. I want to make a couple of announcements about really to give a shout out to everybody that's made this possible. And this Wind River Startup Challenge was made possible because of funding from the National Science Foundation. The NSF has a mission of providing opportunities for broader impacts within their programs, and this is one of them. This is an experiment that they asked us to do, to facilitate in cooperation with the Wind River tribes, the sovereign tribes on the reservation. This is a first for the National Science Foundation. So therefore, rather exciting and also rather frightening in that we are the experiment. So, bear with us. This is our first one. It will repeat next year. And I'll say a couple more words about that at the end here. But so this has been a collaboration between the University of Wyoming, National Science Foundation EPSCoR program. It's also in conjunction with the Wind River Indian Reservation's two sovereign nations, the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho, the University of Wyoming Office of Research and Economic Development, including us, the Wyoming Technology Business Center, who will be rebranded on Monday. So you all know you're one of the first to Impact 307. That's our new name, so that we're not confused with other entities around the nation that have those initials. It's always been kind of confusing, and we're now going to be Impact. Trying to make an impact on Wyoming citizens, including you on the reservation. That's also part of the University Office of Research and Development and Economic Development is the Small Business Development Center. Central Wyoming College has been a primary player here, and UW's High Plains American Indian Research Institute, run by James Strasper. So within the SBDC, I just want to really give thanks to Sarah Hamlin, who's been really a principal helper in guiding and coaching the teams. And then Central Wyoming College is Kyle Trumbull, who has been shown no lack of effort in trying to make this all happen and pulling it all together. Without their help, it wouldn't have been able to happen, not within COVID, which was a really severe handicap for us to be able to support it from Laramie. So from me, it's really personal that I give great thanks to those two individuals for stepping up and really carrying the ball here. But mainly, really the effort has been made possible by the excellent efforts of all the teams that have been involved. That includes everybody that initially entered with an idea or a concept, but didn't make it through to the finals. We still appreciate those. We commend you for taking the energy and the risk for putting those together. And without that, this wouldn't have happened either. But from all those submitted proposals, we chose these finalists that you will hear today. They've all worked very hard. And regardless of what the financial outcomes are at the end, that the judges will decide. I don't decide, and my cohorts don't decide either. This is independent, and this is the judge's decision. But regardless of what those outcomes are, we recognize all the teams and the passion that they had for their companies and for the impacts that they may have on the reservation and reservation life and economic development there. The judges that are involved today include Chris Von Holm. He's the president of Central Bank and Trust. Eric Swack, who's the director of the Wind River Development Fund. Cy Lee, who's the Northern Arapaho State Liaison. Orville St. Clair, who's a partner in the Wind River Associates. Sandy Hessler, who's a founder and instructor in Startup Intensive, based out of Jackson and through CWC. Liza Millett, who's a co-founder of Startup Intensive and also a co-founder of Silicon Couloir in Jackson. Marcio Pez Barreto, I hope I didn't butcher your name, Marcio, who's the regional director for WBC in your area, which is Wind River, as well as Fremont County. And Henry Foreman, who's a program director for the New Mexico Community Capital, who has a long history of working in things like what we're trying to do today. So with that, I'm probably early in the timing here, but not by much. The contestants today will start off with Red's Recon from Latara and Red LeBeau. Next up would be Wildflower Salon and Spa, which is Stephanie Seahair. Then is Intertribal Wellness with Denise Berge and Mike Ute. Followed by Heavy Hand Fencing with Kevin Goggles. And then last is Taylor B's Teas from Taylor Bell. While the judges deliberate, the performers have agreed to entertain you even more and to show what they've learned in their passion in judging, or in dancing and the music. And then finally, we'll be back on. So the judging will all be done separate and privately. You won't hear it if you're on YouTube, nor on Zoom. It'll be a separate breakout room just for the judges. James Trosper will then speak with some last remarks. He may join us by phone. He's having some internet problems, but he was able to call in and is hearing all this. He will announce the winners of funding. Really, I consider everybody that's made it this far to be a winner. That's just how WTBC works, or Impact 307 works. We want to embrace and help whoever has the passion to drive something forward, and you all have. So regardless of the outcomes, we want to keep working with you. And it doesn't matter if you've won money or not. We believe when we chose you as a finalist that you had potential, and that really has, you've proven that it does. So we want to see it keep going, no matter what. And then we'll close after that. So if we can get Latara and Red on, that would be great.
Yes, hello, David.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Yep. So recall, for everybody listening, the contestants all know this already. They have 15 minutes maximum to really show you their business pitch, followed by 5 minutes of questions by the judges. If they go over 15, I'll gently cut them off. So this isn't personal. We're just trying to stay on time. So this is really for everyone listening to respect everybody's time. And I think everybody is going to come in fine, and that won't need to happen. But just in case it does, be warned that that's what it is. Okay. So Latara and Red, off to you.
Yes, hello, David. Let me go ahead and open up so I can share video for a brief introduction. Okay. Hello, my name is Latara LeBeau. I'm co-founder and business manager of Red's Recon Automotive Detail. And this is my partner, Red LeBeau, founder and CEO of Red's Recon.
Hoo-wee-hoo. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm enrolled Eastern Shoshone. My name is Red LeBeau, co-founder and CEO of Red's Recon.
And I'm going to go ahead and jump right into our slideshow. Okay. Red's Recon, let us take care of your auto investments. Here is a photo of our logo that is represented by the Red's Recon Automotive Detail and Reconditioning Services. And here's a slide briefly describing the experience that Red and I currently have as business managers and business operators. As you can see there, Red has 15 years of experience in the automotive industry. And for myself, I play my part in Red's Recon as the business manager in operations. So as far as our experience for the past 10 years or so, we have become our local entrepreneurs and representatives for economic development and small business build. So a priority we really like to focus on is participating in our community and being active representatives for the business representation and entrepreneurship for the Winter Reservation. Now, what we represent, Red's Recon, is an automotive detail company. So one of our main points we like to focus on is why is it important to detail your car? Now, people need a clean car, and right now, a big one that we are dealing with is the COVID-19. Vehicles today are dirtier than ever. Vehicles have more germs than your toilet, and these germs and bacteria can make a person sick. Now, a lot of what we work on and specialize in is the interior and exterior wear and tear of your automotive vehicle. And in a study of both homes and vehicles, it was discovered that your vehicles are as 1,700 times dirtier than the family home. Now, in this slide, it's going to really give you a good example of what's left in your backseat cup holders and what Red's Recon expertise and services cover and offer as far as making sure we can take care of your auto investment. And in fact, the average car's cup holder had 228% more bacteria than a household toilet. And if you look at it this way, you'll spend a total of 10 days in your vehicle just traveling back and forth to work. That's 520 times you will grip your steering wheel. You will use your turn signal over 7,000 times. And everything you have touched at work, home, the gym, the grocery store, pretty much everywhere you have traveled comes back with you in your car. So if you think about it, how dangerous is a dirty car? Now in this slide, we really like to show our customers or potential clientele what we deal with on a daily, what we specialize in. And here, right here, it's accumulated trash bin and receipts. And then the before and after again, I think the pictures justify pretty much what services are being offered there and how well we are able to apply those services to any make and model of vehicle. Now, the problem we deal with on occasion when we get customer feedback or input, a lot of them might ask, do you struggle to make time to clean your vehicle? In today's busy society, most people say the reason why their vehicle is not clean is that they do not have enough time during the week to detail their vehicles. And another specialty we try to focus on are the cloudy headlights that can reduce light by 80%, making it hard to see at night. Especially here in Wyoming, we deal with a lot of animals and wildlife that are crossing the roads, and a big priority for our customers or clientele is that we really like to highlight that add-on. It's really important to make sure you're doing the upkeep on your vehicle to help with that, help prevent that. So, and affordability, we have a package for every budget. A lot of our products and services are going to be focusing around our interior and exterior detailing. Red's Recon offers various package deals on interior and exterior detail work that specializes in the reconditioning and the appearance of any make and model of vehicle. Red's Recon interior and exterior detail process is designed to restore your vehicle condition like new. Now, our features and benefits offer sanitization. They also do disinfectant, they deodorize, they eliminate germs, bacteria, mold, mildew, and viruses as well. Now, here's an example of our headlight restoration that I spoke about. And this is one of our big sellers, our add-ons that we do with a lot of our packaging deals that we put out the door. And this is actual work of Red's Recon. And of course, we can have 100 slides of these, but I think one does well just justifying what our services are offering. And you can see an ad there that we offer as far as putting on our social media channels, our advertising avenues. And it gives a brief description about as to why it's important to bring the clarity and update and keep on your appearance of your headlights and your lenses. We do offer $30 at that, and reasonably coming back in 6 months, you get it half off. So we retain our clientele and give back that service. And a lot of Red's Recon products are EPA registered and FDA approved. On the next slide, we will be talking about products and services. We have the full auto care fully equipped. A lot of Red's Recon offers a wide variety of in-shop and mobile detailing services. We have a package for every budget to meet your individual automotive needs. And Red's Recon Automotive Detail Service has built a reputation for being a customer-first business. So again, giving that package for every budget, customizing package deals for our clientele. Really important. Our customers are demographic there. What we're looking for potentially is any personal vehicles, any make or model of vehicle. We also are recently specializing in fleets and doing commercial packaging, offering fleet deals, which is very important for Red's Recon right now to be able to get into our government contracts, offering deals and registered with our local sound registry. We also operate with a lot of our tribal programs. There's a high demand for our services for our tribal programs. So that's been a big plus in the past 3 years for Red's Recon operations. Market segmentation. We look for a lot of this is going to be a definition of who we're servicing, private owners, business vehicles, idea of what fleets we're offering those package deals for. For example, business vehicles, we've done realtor cars, insurance agents, we've done fishing guide trucks, we've done tribal transportation, and we try to really focus on procurement and making that a priority for our local business, our economy, for the Winter Reservation. I think that's very important that we're focusing on our local establishments and our local entrepreneurs that offer services that are in demand. A lot of our competition that I've done in my research is going to be focused on Fremont Motors. Of course, we're surrounded by dealerships here on the reservation, and that's probably one of our first competition there. We'll fall into line there to Star Trim, Lander Lube, and do it yourself. A lot of people want to do it themselves now. It saves time and saves money, But again, that's what we're being demanded at now, is fulfilling that time and getting them scheduled with Red's Recon. A lot of our marketing strategy focuses around our online scheduling. We have that available, and that's a big plus for our customer and clientele. They also like to see our seasonal ads on our media channels that we utilize as far as networking and advertising. A big one we like to plant in our local businesses or local tribal programs or anywhere is the brochures and business cards. We also offer loyalty rewards and gift certificates. So there's a big key part in that is the promotional items and branding. You know, having our own t-shirts for our community events, making sure we have those handouts really available for our customers that are needing more information about what we do. And our community and service and volunteering falls right into line with that. We've done a lot of Earth Day cleanups and contributions towards a lot of the local schools and any programs that have to do with education and economic development for our Native communities. Sales and channel strategy, again, we're focusing on the social media channels, our local casinos, tribal programs. On the list here, I do have an access to the local chambers and association with having experience in marketing and a small business startup. So that's a plus for Reds Recon, or I think any Native business wanting to get their names out there and get their services publicized, you know, and business councils as well is very important and a key part in that. So our sales and channel strategy kind of justifies what we're utilizing to get our name out there as far as branding. Sales and channel strategy, this is going to really describe what we really provide as far as referral programs or referral system. Utilizing our local mechanics is a big option that we have there. You want to come in, get your car serviced and get it detailed at the same time and get it back in the same day because we offer pickup and delivery. Revenue model is our VIP mailing list offers frequent buyer discounts. So that's a buy-in where you buy in 4-month deals. Again, on the next slide, where it justifies that as well, having a 6-month or a year buying in. That way you get a discounted price or a package deal for fleets as well. Cash flow is really important for Reds Recon. Our cash flow, as you can see, increased within the 3 years of planning we did. And that's a plus because we want a business that's going to be profitable and make money and be sustainable. With this opportunity from the Wind River Startup Challenge, it'll help Reds Recon invest into a permanent facility. That was a big demand that we're really having as far as having this opportunity with the Wind River Startup Challenge. We also look forward to creating and expanding that into a Recon detail team, promoting employment opportunities for the community, being that we are surrounded by many dealerships here on the reservation and in Fremont County area alone. Reds Recon will also like to look into investing into an LLC to better identify our commitment towards a permanent business foundation. That's a plus as far as getting our certification and a permanent status there for Reds Recon operations. So
we have easily scheduling. Payment plans are also available. Check us out on Facebook for our work of before and after photos. Reds Recon is excited to take the time to thank our loyal customers through monthly giveaways and discounts. Here at Reds Recon, we don't forget the people we appreciate the most, our clients. Huihu, and thank you for joining Reds Recon today.
Yeah, so in the last few slides, you can see we did some examples of the before and after, and if there's any questions that we can answer for Reds Recon as far as what we're offering and for our services and what our goals are here potentially in the future to becoming a more permanent facility for our local community and programs that are needing us in demand. And that would conclude the presentation for Reds Recon.
Thank you, Latera and Red. Nicely done and well on time here. Thank you very much. So other questions from the judges? Just unmute yourself and we can take them as they come in.
This is Liza Millett. How are you? Nice presentation. Thank you. I was wondering a little bit more about the financials. Can you tell me how much you charge on a typical detail and how much it costs and how many details a month do you need to be profitable versus your cost?
So that would roll around probably, we have a packages such as bronze, silver, gold, and platinum packages.
And to explain that, I guess we're gonna, when I kind of went through my cash flow graph there, I had a team assist me as far as looking into a projection cost for the next 3 years. So on average, with the units that we are currently getting done with our past 5 years of experience, we really wanted to focus on the funding, if it was contributed to Res Recon, really applying the numbers that we wanted to really identify and go for, which in our graph chart there, it actually starts small and then it goes and slows down into our slower months. But on average, I think we're pushing out 20 to 25 units or vehicles, as we would say, to make a profit. Now, within the 3 years, we're looking at actually bringing that number up to covering at least 30 to 32 units per month in order to create a profitability standpoint.
Is there another question?
Hi, this is Chris. I was wondering what the business's current average monthly sales are.
The current average monthly sales right now, well, usually on a running without COVID really impacting our small business representation locally out here on the reservation, on an average, we were pushing at least, last year, we were running about 2,500 to about $3,000 a month. And that was just bi-weekly, having at least 3 to 4 units in a week when we're in demand.
Hi, this is Sandy Hessler. Great job. I wish you were here. I would sign up for the 6-month program. I need it in my car with kids. Just quick question for you. You talked about time as one of the problems. Do you have options? Like, could you go to customers, or will you drop off customers, at their job while you work on their car for the day? Or can they borrow a car?
Yes, absolutely. I did mention on one of my slides offering the pickup and delivery. Recon does cover that. We are able to do pickup and delivery at your place of business because, like you were saying, people that have full-time jobs, it's really convenient for us to be able to offer that as a plus, when they're bringing their vehicle to Res Recon. So we really try to reassure them that we offer that. Or if the vehicle is dropped off to Res Recon, we're able to shuttle them and get them right back to work as needed, or to where they need to be. So that's something we really have learned in the past 3 years of operation, how to really apply that service for our customers and clientele. And it's actually looped in a lot more potential clients because that's a great convenience for them, especially everybody's working nowadays. So that's something that, they really look forward to.
Fantastic. Great.
One more question.
Latara and Red, congratulations. I've been following your business for a while now, and I appreciate and applaud your efforts. My question was, do you have a separate strategy for obtaining fleet accounts?
Yes, we do actually. Last year, before the information really started to get out there on our bigger business build idea for Res Recon, I was able to actually visit the Arapaho tribe and see the casinos and kind of do a walkthrough. It's also a tribal transportation, do a walkthrough on those fleets. And some of those cars are ranging from 15 to 20 units. And so the strategy there was just to get out there and apply myself and really look into our SAMS registry and the reward system there, and getting registered with our online registry to get our NICS coding and get our development there. and started for Red's Recon to secure those potential contracts and fleets. You know, so procurement was really a priority in the past couple of years of really understanding and learning that strategy technique. So I think at this point, Red's Recon would really like to be facilitated to really secure those, you know, and accommodate those local programs that are demanding our services.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the questions, and thank you, Latera and Red. Excellent job. If you could stop sharing screen now, we'll hand the ball over to Stephanie, who's up next with the Wildflower Salon and Spa.
All right, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate that.
Hello.
Can you do, Stephanie, can you do the button down there on the bottom right there so you can do full screen? There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Seahair. I'm a Northern Arapaho tribal member and a licensed cosmetologist. And in the past, I have worked as an independent contractor in a very successful high traffic salon. As a licensed cosmetologist, I'm able to perform a variety of salon services. However, I specialize in men's haircuts, applying individual and volume eyelash extensions, and perform facial treatments customized to my clients' skincare needs. The problem on a Wind River Indian reservation is a lack of businesses owned and operated by tribal members. I see this problem as an opportunity. By establishing a business such as mine, it would create job opportunities for other licensed providers in my industry to provide services in the community. Location is another problem I failed to mention in this slide. After researching several possible locations, I discovered there are only a few locations available for rent or lease on a reservation. I wanted to bring attention to this issue because, as I discovered, it was one of the most difficult challenges while researching a feasible area for my business. I can understand where tribal members face one of their biggest challenges trying to open or launch a business on a res is because the lack of locations or the lack of open space or being available to rent. So by establishing the Wind River Salon and Spa on the Wildflower Salon and Spa and bringing salon services to the reservation, I have a chance to work and serve with community members who may feel distress and may feel more comfortable in a familiar environment where providers such as myself understand certain cultural norms. Being able to relate to my customers and clientele, I believe I'd be able to succeed with the reservation community. I have a chance to create a comfortable and welcoming environment for members of my community. My customer base would include men, women, and children of all ages. Clients entering the salon are seeking one of the following salon services: haircuts, updos, chemical services such as colors or perms, waxing services, facials, manicures, nail extensions, pedicures, and lash extensions for the latest trend. For the most part, our services become a monthly routine to many clients. We're there for them, so we will be there for them, especially during special occasions such as proms, weddings, and other special celebrations. Being able to provide a wide variety of services would enable salon providers to accommodate anyone that walks through the salon doors. In the past, I had a client. In the past, I had a client who would come in every week to have her hair washed and styled once a week. Her husband would drop her off for an hour and take off to the casino. He was always prompt on picking her up. But can you imagine how convenient it would be to have a salon in the casino for many customers? I also have another client that comes in from Du Bois. Her husband drops her off for her last appointment and takes off to the casino as well. The convenience would bring more customers in. A business such as mine would have the potential to thrive and expand in the right environment. By adding the Wildflower Salon and Spa within the Wind River Hotel and Casino, it would become a much needed one-stop shop for many community members. Providers would be able to accommodate the already busy foot traffic. Opening the Salon and Spa on the Wind River Indian Reservation, I would be able to create career opportunities for other licensed cosmetologists, nail technicians, certified massage therapists, and estheticians. The competitive edge. Well, there are several factors that give my business a competitive edge. The first one being that there are no salons on the reservation. The patrons visiting the Wind River Hotel and Casino would be able to seek salon services during their visit. By opening the Wildflower Salon and Spa, the Wind River Hotel and the Wind River Hotel and Casino, it would be convenient for hotel guests to seek services without having to leave the comfort of their hotel. Before the coronavirus pandemic, the Wind River Hotel and Casino operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Operating on a daily basis would also give my business a competitive edge, as most salons in Riverton or Lander are closed on Sunday or Monday. This would allow my business to accommodate those customers who wish to seek services on these days. Last but not least, by being located in the Wind River Hotel and Casino, it would give my business the best competitive edge based on location alone. My marketing strategy. My biggest goal is to partner with the Wind River Hotel and Casino team and promote the Wildflower Salon and Spa is open for business in the future. Guests and patrons may be able to book an appointment for services during their next visit. I would also create a business page on various social media platforms, such as Facebook and Instagram, for my business, introducing and promoting the other providers in the industry, especially highlighting their skills and abilities. Having an already established clientele from the reservation would help ensure the sustainability and encourage clientele to refer their friends and family. Business cards with the providers' names and the Wildflower Salon and Spa logo, as well as offering referral-based discounts, would also encourage referrals and more customers. The sales and channel strategy. My sales and channel strategy will include retail sales on professional hair, skin, and nail care products, which in turn would contribute to the revenue for the salon. Also allowing providers to earn a commission bonus for the products they sell. These professional products would help maintain and improve the health of customers' hair in between appointments. Having gift certificates readily available for customers to purchase for their friends and family. I would also offer a detailed menu of services, so it will help the customer decide which services they want to receive during their visit. They'll be able to know the price, the different services available. Upselling appointments, providers are able to add to their bottom line in a time frame allotted. For instance, we can only do so much a day. So as providers, they would need to add to their service. So maybe a customer came in for a haircut or a hair color. Well, they're allotted a certain amount of time. Well, during that time, maybe while they're getting a hair wash, maybe they can add in a brow wax or lip wax, or something that's quick and easy. That way providers are able to make a living as well. The revenue model. My revenue model includes collecting booth rent from providers that utilize the 4 operating stations I have planned. Retails include promoting products to clients to fit their specific needs. Collecting income from these stations will go towards the future purchases of a pedicure chair or chairs, a manicure table or tables, and possibly more hairstyling stations, as well as possibly more suites. My cash flow, profit and loss. During my first year of business, the startup costs will help my business viable, enabling me to purchase all the necessary equipment to get my business off the ground, enabling me to also become self-sufficient in the next 2 to 3 years. Based on a heavy foot traffic in the Wind River Hotel and Casino and already established clientele, I expect my business to show a minimum growth of 5% each year. Based on the services I provide and income received from booth rent, I would be able to purchase additional equipment as needed, fulfilling my dream of operating a successful full-service salon and spa. My timeline includes, immediately after allocating the startup funds, I plan on securing my location in the Wind River Hotel and Casino by signing a lease in the next 3 months. Applying for the necessary licenses and permits from the state of Wyoming, the Wyoming State Board of Cosmetology, and the tarot program on the reservation. Remodeling would also start immediately so the salon is in compliance with the State Board of Cosmetology. I would also begin ordering salon equipment needed to open the salon doors. During this time, I plan on advertising for 2 hairstylists or cosmetologist positions to fill the 2 hairstyling stations, and possibly another cosmetologist, esthetician, certified massage therapist to rent out the other private suite available. Anticipating in the next 12 months, I would be able to purchase a pedicure station and a manicure table, possibly creating 2 more positions for a nail technician, allowing the Wildflower Salon and Spa to operate as a full-service salon and spa.
Are you done, Stephanie? Cool. Are there?
I'm not done yet. Sorry, Dave.
You're not done yet. Okay. I saw this come up. Go ahead. Keep going.
In conclusion to my presentation, I want to help inspire other Native American entrepreneurs by proving I can run a successful business on a Wind River Indian reservation. I have survived the hardest first years of my industry, whereas others have failed, and have established an honest and hardworking reputation among my clients, family, and friends. I am confident enough to take the next step and establish the Wildflower Salon and Spa, pursuing an opportunity that will allow me to grow and build my clientele and business. During this pandemic, people have realized how important we are, and we're not in this profession for the fun of it. This is our livelihood, and the time we spend with our clients is more than just an appointment. It's like a conversation that pauses in between appointments. Professionals in my field gain clients' trust and build lifelong friendships. We celebrate numerous milestones in our clients' lives. For instance, when they graduate school, when they get married, or when they celebrate an anniversary or birth of a new child, when they have a job interview or a promotion, or when they're celebrating a retirement. In the past, I have helped clients who could not wash their own hair due to recently having surgery on their back or neck, or when they have slipped and broke their arm. Even when they become elderly and no longer have the ability to fix their own hair, or no longer able to raise their hands above their head for some reason. These clients trust that we will take care of them during their most vulnerable moments in their life. Our clients look forward to our visits because they not only trust us with their hair, skin, and nails, but they trust that we keep their secrets. And they go through, and the events that they go through, that is life-changing for them. You know, they want to update us on what's going on in their lives, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We don't judge, we listen and we care. We have a connection with our clients that no one in our service industry can compete with. And with that being said, I will happily answer any questions you may have.
Great, Stephanie. Sorry I jumped in there too early. Good job. Any questions from the judges?
This is Eric. First off, Stephanie, I thought that was really fantastic. I think the strategy has a lot of advantages, and I was curious what you saw as the total startup cost to just opening the door.
Okay, opening the door. So in the space that I looked at the Wind River Hotel and Casino, it looks like, just by estimating, I can fit 2 hairstyling stations in there, as well as 2 private suites, a shampoo bowl, color station. Just by that space alone, I'd be able to have 4 providers in there. I wouldn't be able to add a pedicure chair or a manicure table based on the asking money that I did. I had asked for $15,000 just for those 4 stations alone. It would cost me another possibly $6,000-7,000 to add the manicure table and pedicure chair.
Answer your question, Eric?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Other question?
Yeah, I have a question. So how are you going to hire your, are you going to hire them, or are they going to be independent people and you get a cut of their business?
I would like to keep it as an independent contractor. In my vision, what I'm kind of thinking is I kind of want to establish a salon that's open from 8 to 8, accommodating, 8 in the morning. You got those early risers, they come in, they want their haircut first thing, you open the door. 8 in the evening, you got people who get off work, maybe they're not able to take off work for the day, or maybe they still need a color retouch or something to maintain their appearance. Because those jobs are Monday through Friday. Saturday and Sunday, a lot of people have more time. So I think operating 7 days a week, finding different operators for certain times, I may be able to get more people in, and they can work certain time frames. But they would be independent contractors, and I would just be collecting booth rent.
Thanks.
Stephanie, this is Sandy. Great job. You are, your vision, your commitment, you're inspiring, and just go for it. One thought just to add is to really make sure that you keep a database of all the customers, even potentially the customers from your independent contractors, in terms of following up on new things and making it easy for them to schedule so that they feel part of the community that you're creating, that you spoke so passionately about. I think sometimes small businesses forget that database. So then when you want to go easily be able to talk to everybody, you don't necessarily have the information. So just to make sure that you do that. And I wish you the best of luck. One question, do you have any thoughts on, for yourself, not just the independent contractors, how many services per day, at an average price point do you need to make everything, really work smoothly?
For myself alone, well, currently I'm still an independent contractor and I work on a daily basis.
Yep.
So I see My hours are usually 10 to 6, sometimes longer depending on services. So I don't know, I want to say on average is about $200 to $300 a day.
Got it. Great. That's great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Unless there's any burning questions out there, I'm going to move on and thank Stephanie again.
I have one question.
Okay, Jake's got one. Cool.
This is Jake from New Mexico Community Capital. My wife is also a hairstylist and has her own salon here in Albuquerque. And my question is, would you consider having any eco-friendly products or services within your salon and spa?
Yeah, actually, I've been doing a lot of research on that because of everything that's in the air. You know, a lot of it's like cancer causing. I've been doing some research towards eco-friendly and, you know, products that are better for your own health too, that are more organic.
Cool. Okay. Thank you, Stephanie, again. Great job. And if you could stop your screen share, then we'll move on to Denise and Mike talking about intertribal wellness.
Okay, we'll get our slides up here in a second.
Great. Okay, Denise, go.
My name is Mike, and I improve people's lives. My job is to provide ordinary people with expert advice on fitness-related topics. I stay current on fitness training education and extract all the relevant info so you don't have to. I show you how to fast-track your fitness, move safely and efficiently, help you set your goals, and exceed them.
Hi, I'm Denise. I'm an enrolled member of the Eastern Shoshone tribe, and like Mike, I also change people's lives with a little guidance, and they do the rest. I'm a fitness coach and the primary nutrition coach for Intertribal Wellness's Leveler Nutrition.
What if I told you obesity, hypertension, and diabetes are twice the national rates on the Wind River Indian Reservation? Complications from any of these three can lead to premature death. 71% of the population on the Wind River Indian Reservation are clinically obese, and most do not link nutrition to health. This data shown from a recent study of community tribal members represents a small sample size. However, the correlation between these sample results and the estimates of tribal affiliates is similar. The results suggest our communities are living with enormous health challenges.
And the youth are faring no better, with physical education programs dropping since 2000. Inactivity not only causes the rising rates of obesity, it also hurts academic performance. From the mid-2000s, seasonal sports programs have been on the rise, while physical education has consistently been on the chopping block. There are no fitness facilities or nutrition coaching businesses on the reservation that are owned by individual tribal members.
Far too often when it comes to personal health, we have heard many common frustrations. What if there was a one-stop resource for seeking answers, guidance, and future support for all of these frustrations, questions, and problems? Denise and myself are the foremost experts when it comes to physical fitness on the Wind River Reservation. With over 10 years experience in the fitness industry, multiple certificates from prominent nutrition and fitness institutes, and we own and operate the largest fitness facility on the reservation, a nonprofit CrossFit facility, CrossFit Leveler. We introduce Intertribal Wellness, a multifaceted wellness business that incorporates nutrition education with Leveler Nutrition, adult fitness with Intertribal Fitness, and youth fitness with Intertribal Youth Fitness.
After my second baby, I had gained a lot of weight. I was at the heaviest weight in my life. I kept active and had a healthy pregnancy, but I had some extra weight that I wasn't used to. I decided to take control of my nutrition without cutting out many foods that I enjoyed. My fitness and strength performance increased while I lost the pregnancy weight. I noticed people would comment on certain foods, portraying most foods as the enemy, which made me realize that there is little positive relationship with food. I pursued a nutrition coaching certificate in precision nutrition and developed Leveler Nutrition to help guide clients in developing healthy eating habits to obtain a goal body composition and help develop long-term habits in order to sustain that goal by providing one-on-one nutrition coaching. The client has full access to questions where I'm available through phone, text, or email, I'll do one check-in per week with a small habit-changing assignment for the client to work on and assess what small changes need to be addressed. Every small change equals a big change over time.
Intertribal Fitness is a functional movement cross-training program that provides community-based classes for all fitness levels using the CrossFit methodology, which provides scaling options if needed. Intertribal Youth Fitness is an after-school and summer youth fitness program that engages kids in functional fitness activities ages 9 through 17 at the CrossFit Leveler site. The program inspires to team with schools to create enrichment programs on the school site to open up age groups and the number of participants. The entire idea for starting a fitness facility in this particular area began with my 13-year tenure at Eastern Shoshone Tribal Health. While there, I worked as a gym monitor and a personal trainer. The last couple of years there, I had my own body transformation, going from around 220 pounds down to 165 pounds. And I discovered, studied, and used CrossFit. This made me a believer in the CrossFit program and that it could work for anybody, and it does. I proved that by taking the tribal health gym from what it was at that time period and doing a complete overhaul to make it a CrossFit-based facility. We went from an average of 5 users daily to over 40 users just for the CrossFit sessions. And they were all ages and fitness levels. There was a short documentary from CrossFit headquarters that filmed that story. If you're interested, you can look that up on YouTube, searching for Transforming a Reservation. After my employment with Tribal Health, I kind of wandered the earth and had 2 great experiences that shaped my vision. I worked for a small CrossFit affiliate that was highly successful, and I gained a ton of knowledge about how one person can run that business. I also went to Montana State University in Bozeman and pursued a degree in exercise science. In 2014, I had moved back and had this idea. Maybe I could start a CrossFit specific gym. I found out that because of the video that CrossFit had done earlier and the attention that it had received, it brought light to the hardships that our community goes through. And the CEO of CrossFit, Greg Glassman, gave me a lifetime nonprofit affiliate license complete with insurance and their respective fees waived for life, as long as I use it to better our community. So after that, we started to look for ways to make it possible. The facility and equipment is the biggest hurdle for any business. We formed a private nonprofit organization and earned our 501c3 status and started gathering donations. This leads us to today, where we are exploring all possibilities for funding our vision of building a healthier community. There are many possible streets of revenue to go down, and we have become focused on a subset of clients. So who makes up our target demographics? Local adults who seek a healthier lifestyle through weight management, and any interested youth just looking for something else, whether it's for the off-season athlete or an entirely different option from any school sport. Simply put, there are kids who just don't go out for sports. We are also targeting the schools themselves. This will help set up in-school programs for youth.
Tribal Health offers free programs to the public that are comparable to what we offer. However, our goal is to team with Tribal Health programs that expands both of our services to impact larger groups. Our program is specialized to coaching and developing skills and tools people can use to pursue a healthy lifestyle. Existing school programs such as seasonal sports may conflict with schedules, although not all kids participate in school sports, and there are general physical preparedness limitations. There are also opportunities for those who do participate in sports to prepare for the next season. Some of the local gyms are free and have a low-cost membership and offer 24 access, with minimal guidance, leaving the fitness navigation up to the user. We offer a couple free hour classes and are not open 24 hours. What we do offer is a premium service, which includes access to a fitness community with daily programming that specializes in developing certain skills from Olympic weightlifting to gymnastic skills, aerobic capacity, and membership tracking software with coaching from start to end of class. Our programming can increase the athlete's performance and be modified for the beginner. No matter the level of athlete, as long as they have a body, they can do it. Most fad diets require a monthly subscription and markets a quick fix solution, which may not work and could cause more damage than good. This offers no guidance or relationship building with foods or a coach. Intertribal Wellness has avenues of channeling their sales through website platforms of Squarespace and offering an online store for nutrition coaching and merchandise sales. We promote the business on social media by engaging with potential clients with mediums and sparking interest with action shots and community pictures. News travels fast in rural communities, and action and results speak louder than words. Most members hype us up on their social media. We have a booth at tribal health fairs where we pass out brochures and cards and explain the benefits of joining. But last but not least is the development of tribal wellness programs. Through tribal programs, it opens up avenues to retain clients that may merge to try another program we offer.
An exciting avenue which we are currently looking into that is not listed on a sales and channels chart is the possibility of third-party billing in the future. This is exciting because it opens up possibilities for engagement through our local health service units, such as our local Indian Health Service. If we can tap into the referral system that is used not only for Indian Health Service, but for recovery and rehab services, there is a potential for a massive influx of new users, and with it, their payment services. The revenue model kind of speaks for itself. It is the structure on which the sales and channel strategy sits. The reasoning behind the volume discount in the how much section is from our punch pass method of getting a reduced price for more classes.
The projected budget starts in September. You can see the rise in revenue as we go along and retain an increase in clients. The increase and decrease in revenues are from the projected 12-week programs and retaining some clients beyond 12 weeks with a month break in between sessions where a new group starts and the retained clients continue into the next 12 weeks. The increase and decrease in revenue is also from the new releases of merchandise, a new shirt or sweater designed for the seasons. The spike in June is from a fitness event that takes place during an annual competition where we expect more sales. Our overhead is low and expenses are necessities for merchandise and supplies. We are currently operating at a bare bone capacity and have not yet implemented the Leveler Nutrition Program or the Intertribal Youth Fitness Program, nor have we implemented additional specialty classes that will require a punch pass to attend. Receiving startup costs for accurate body measurement tools, low impact equipment, and portable fitness equipment for youth can take our challenges to the next level and help to provide more scaling options and provide equipment for schools to reduce their storage. The graph includes the proposed operating line. What is not included in the graph is the many different pricing options of apparel. As we go along, we come up with new programs which will increase our profit margin within the next couple of years. A healthy profit margin will help our vision for the future so we can expand our team and add in a coach to accommodate for bigger classes.
Here are some pictures of a couple current members who have displayed transformations from over a year to 3 years. They embody hard work and commitment while achieving personal records and strength and new skills learned. On the right is one of our best-selling designs, which was made into a sticker and a women's tank top. We design, print, and stock most apparel in-house.
We allow some kids to attend and participate in class with their parents, and we'll come up with a modified workout for the kids to do alongside their parents. Here shows a few kids that come in with their parents. One of our oldest members is 74 years old. Her picture is shown on the bottom left. Also shown is the picture of participants in an annual competition. We hang both of the tribal flags because our gym is for both tribes and anyone who is interested in what we have to offer. The timeline and scope of work demonstrates an evolving cycle where we get ideas and create programs and test, tweak to make the next session more efficient. The cycle funnels new members and retains some of those members to the next level while older members continue and progress and set new goals. During my college career, I attended CrossFit every morning. I would go early morning before the sun came up. I always dreamed of bringing a CrossFit gym home to my res. I love the community that came with it. No matter what gym I went to, the community was always there. I've met some amazing people through this community, and I have not only seen transformations, but I've seen friendships being formed with us and everyone else. Our journey started with nothing, just an idea and years of being part of a CrossFit community. And with help of some people believing in our vision and donating, we traveled to competitions to raise money, and we made it happen from ground up and started coaching voluntarily. Personally, I volunteered because I enjoyed watching people improve, no matter what it is. This helps people in all aspects of life, mind, body, and spirit. The work we have done has impacted lives in a positive way. I've seen people transform into another person. I've seen women get their first pull-ups, lift more than they ever thought was possible. It always starts out as impossible until it is possible. Our program never gets boring because we keep you chasing the next goal, whether it's body transformations or personal records in the gym. We want to impact the mindset of tribal community to move towards healthy living. We want to set an example to kids to pursue fitness and health and business ventures.
The reason why we started this whole vision, from the facility and equipment, and why we continue, is that there is a feeling you get when you help someone succeed. Whether it is watching somebody climb a rope for the first time, or they run 400 meters or a mile without stopping, or they lift some kind of monstrous weight they never thought was possible. Watching it happen lifts you up to some kind of higher place, a place where we all win. The reason why we want this to be successful is at some point, after we recruit and retain scores of new people, after all the amazing transformations, maybe some little kid walks up to me and taps me on the arm and asks, how do I do what you do? Then I know we've made a difference and our hard work is paid off. And with that, we thank you for your time and consideration, and good luck to the other businesses.
Any questions?
Thanks, Denise and Mike. Really nice job. So cool. Any questions from the judges?
Hi, this is Chris. I was just wondering how much personal investment you guys have made in the business thus far.
For the nonprofit side, on our own personal investment or donations that we made to get it going, we made about $60,000.
That doesn't include your time though, does it?
No.
No.
That's a substantial amount of effort in. Thank you.
Hi, Mike. Hi, Denise. This is Marcio. Thank you for the presentation. I really like CrossFit. And I saw that in some boxes, the recipe for success is adapt the CrossFit recipe to the user, to the client. What did you do in terms of adapting the standard formula that come from CrossFit to your clients?
Yeah, so CrossFit is all about progression. So what we can do is modify movements or distances, loads, weights. We can modify anything for a specific person to do essentially what everybody else is doing. And we can also do that for children as well. So like if you look at our target demographics, that includes everybody. So we can include everybody that essentially can be coached.
Thank you for your answer.
Any other questions there? I guess you guys were so thorough, and you were, that there aren't that many questions here. So that's very cool. Again, all right. So let's keep moving because we're at the bottom of the hour and time for Kevin and heavy hand fencing. So thanks again, and appreciate you canceling your screen share. Kevin, are you on?
Thank you.
Yes, I am.
Great.
Be just a little while. This thing always gives me trouble.
There you go. Kevin, apparently it has to think a lot in order to launch your stuff, huh?
I know, I've just been doing that, and it's trying to come up.
Great, there it is. So this is a great segue into the message that the reservation needs better bandwidth. So if there's any leaders out there who can make that happen, that would be fantastic.
So we may start, me and Siley, we're going to have a heart attack here.
All right, sirs, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, my name is Kevin Goggles. I'm owner operator of Heavy Hand Fencing, and I've been in the fencing industry for about 15 years. We live in central Wyoming, covered with vast majorities of land, animals, and agriculture. The need for fencing has been important and will always be important. Today, I'm talking about my plan to further accommodate fencing requests, desires, wants, and needs to the reservation to help tribal people, farmers, customers, ranchers. Heavy Hand Fencing is reliable and locally owned. It is currently the only fencing company, native-owned company on the reservation. I have seen that there are common problems with loose cattle, water contamination, overgrazing, and wildlife vehicle collisions. Drivers in Wyoming have a 1 in 79 chance of hitting wildlife and livestock on roadways. Loose wildlife and livestock are dangerous because it could lead to extensive damage, serious bodily injury, and can even lead to death. With proper fencing, this can be reduced. Wildlife fences can reduce road mortality by 80% when built at correct specifications and also help with migration. Other problems include weatherization from deteriorated fences, water gaps, which cause forage and contamination, overgrazing, which leads to land degradation from eroded soil and damage. Overgrazing can lead to drought-like conditions and damages to overall quality of land. Proper fencing can help these issues. It helps plants recover, improves water quality, and improves cattle safety. If you ever heard the phrase, good fences make good neighbors, many landowners know that non-existent or damaged fences create extremely strained relationships and disputes amongst neighbors. One of the most common problems that we see today are personal preferences to protect specific properties and maintain boundaries. Adequate fencing also protects homes and families from unwanted guests or even theft. Heavy Hand Fencing is here to help fix these problems. And here's a few of these problems up on the slide here of some cows out. There's a water gap causing erosion, and up on top there with that culvert there, the cows were coming down, and after a while it just eroded there, and that's the problems with there is there's bulls out and cows and stuff like that. Another fence of my brace at the sanctuary, the wild horse sanctuary out there. Braces are an important part of any fence to help you. The products and service that Heavy Hand Carriers offers are a variety of fences and only uses top-of-the-line fencing materials. With my knowledge and expertise, I can build any fence and customize it to the customer's desired preference. Heavy Hand offers agricultural, commercial, residential, and security fencing. Our agricultural and rangeland fencing includes barbed wire, woven wire, electric, rail horse, and welded wire. Residentials include chain link, wood, vinyl, and split rail. Our commercials are chain link, security, slant fencing, and wood fencing. Heavy Hand provides its services to the Winter Reservation and surrounding Fremont County area. Heavy Hand uses top-of-the-line materials and are dedicated to get the job done efficiently and fast. We can also provide maintenance and repairs. We back our fences by a 1-year warranty and follow-up. We are committed to protect all your most valuable assets. Our customers are our #1 priority, and we want them to know that they are in safe hands with Heavy Hand Fencing. Let Heavy Hand protect you. Once our fences are built, they're built to last. And here's a few more photos of what I had on the Blue Sky Highway. I built that also. Pretty long stretch. I think that was like 10 miles of fencing. Here's my potential customer base. I've worked with Double D Ranch and the Wild Horse Sanctuary. I've built the majority of fences out there and frequently go there to do maintenance and repairs. I've also worked with the TIPO, the Tribal Historic Preservation Association, to help build their buffalo pasture out in Johnstown. I currently have 2 residential jobs lined up with local customers. Although I'm continuing to take bids and look for further projects with potential customers, I hope to get contracts with some of the travel programs and Arapahoe Ranch in the near future, but with the COVID set down, negotiations are at a pause right now. Heavy Hand is open to any interested customers for their fencing needs. Here's some more braces I did. These are kind of some tough areas, the bracing I can do. Most people, it takes maybe 2 people to do stuff like this. I can do this by myself. I consider myself one of the best fencers around. My marketing segmentation, my target customers are rangeland, farmers and ranchers, community members, and tribal and local businesses that include BLM and Arapahoe Ranch. My main focus is rangeland and farmers and ranchers for fencing. I feel that would help bring most of my income. My competition is BNF Enterprises out of Hudson, Brett Foss. He does all types of fencing. Central Wyoming Fence Company out of Kinnear. They do agricultural, commercial fencing, and also specialize in chain link. Other competitions are the local contractors and the do-it-yourself fencers. But even with competition, Heavy Hand Fencing outperforms all the competitors. With my 15 years of experience, I know how to build fence that lasts, get the job done right. My sales and channel strategy. Oh, sorry about that. My marketing strategy, I skipped one. This computer. For a marketing strategy, we are in the process of getting a website built and business cards made. We do have a Facebook page called Heavy Hand Fencing. We plan to have a capability, or we have a capability statement and to be copied and distributed to the Shoshone and Arapahoe tribes, BLM, BIA, and water and irrigation. Heavy Hand Fencing will do a monthly email newsletter. Although most of our customers are hearing about Heavy Hand business by word of mouth from our local ranchers, we plan to implement other strategies to promote my business. My sales and channel strategy are person-to-person quote, a bid, schedule of work, payment plan. And here's how I'll go about that. So when a customer desires interest, I will provide an overview of what types of fencing and what kind of job performance Heavy Hand provides. I will set up a time and date to meet, most preferably at the work site. I'll do a walkthrough and survey with the customer, see how the land is by going over the main points such as bracing, spacing, do they want T-posts, posts, barbed, or whatever type of fencing the customer needs. I will do potential price quotes and discuss methods of payment that will fit the customer's needs. Here's a few more photos that I do gates. I also do corrals. Here's some of my I did welded pipe gate out there at Dwayne's heavy wild horse sanctuary. We did a majority of that. I do corrals, buffalo fence, and my revenue model. I plan to get fencing projects, which include homeowners, landowners, business owners, and commercial owners. I plan to do fencing contracts or bid contracts that will be federal money, such as grants, awards, and tribal work. With that, this includes the BLM, Arapahoe Ranch, BIA, the tribes, and I'm working on getting a SAM and a Hub Zone certificate to be able to get big fencing contracts. And a SAM's registration is required to work as a federal contractor or a subcontractor. And then a Hub Zone gives a 10% pricing advantage over its competition bidding on the same government contract. That's how the difference with the projects and the contracts are. My cash flow and profit and loss, I will do an estimated 5 miles worth of fence the first year. With the Wind River Challenge startup money, would greatly impact on where my business goes. If I were to get the startup money, I will make a profit in years 1, 2, and 3. Without startup, my business will be in a negative the first year and break even. The second and finally in the third year, I'll make a profit. I enjoy providing our community, and I want to be able to continue to run my business and promise reliable fencing work for many years to come. So the startup is crucial for the future business direction. I founded Heavy Hand Fencing this year of March 2020. I have registered for the SAMs and Hub Zone. They should be hopefully coming in. I'm pretty positive they will. We have our very first project and will be completed by July under heavy hand fencing. In a year, I plan to expand my company by 25% with more jobs coming in. And in 5 years from now, I plan on having 2 crews, 2 skid steers, 2 trucks. Heavy hand fencing is here to help and ready to roll. I would like to thank you for this opportunity, and I have very high hopes for my company and the drive to make this business a success. This has always been a dream of mine, and I'm working hard to make it happen, not only for me, but for our community to have local opportunities and to receive reliable, efficient help. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thanks, Kevin. Good job.
Thank you.
Any questions from the judges?
Hey, Kevin, this is Liza. Nice work. I'm wondering if you've ever looked into the 8A SBA programs.
Not yet, ma'am. I was just kind of looking into the hub zone and the SAM are the ones that kind of just came to my attention first. I didn't really know about the, what is it, SBA yet, or I haven't heard.
Yeah, the federal government, their goal is to award at least 5% of all federal contracting dollars to small disadvantaged businesses every year. So women-owned, minority-owned. And so it may give you a leg up on some of those contracts in your community if you, as you grow, to look into that.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Kevin, this is Sandy. I just wanted to say really well done presentation. Your energy, your clarity, your vision, your commitment, just really inspiring. I wish I was there to give you a hug, but really good, really good.
Thank you. I worked hard on it.
I don't have any questions. You covered, or well, I guess one, is there any competition? Like other big.
There are big companies around, but mostly they do the bids that come around. They're mostly from Cheyenne, Laramie.
Okay, so no other local?
No, not too much locally. Mostly the bigger companies get them contracts, the ones that I want.
Got it. Great. Great.
I had a question in your presentation about equipment, future purchases. Is that going to be new equipment, or are you considering used equipment as far as your expansion goes?
Well, I'm going to start off renting a Bobcat and Skidster. The other equipment I put in for was probably used equipment, trailer, stuff like that.
Okay, and also I wanted to congratulate you on your business. I'm impressed, very impressed, and along with all the others today. But your confidence really shine through in your presentation. Good job.
All right, thank you.
You know, Kevin's getting his order book out if you need fence. He's
yeah.
I have a quick question. Can you operate in other states, like if you go a little bit north, Montana and Utah, and then do you see the entire state of Wyoming a potential region for you?
Yeah, that's actually my dream is to expand to other states to do work. That's what I want to do. Get on big projects, highway construction projects, fencing projects. That's where I'm shooting for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Any last questions? All right, thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. So if you could stop screen sharing there,
okay.
We'll get our last contestant up, which is Taylor Bell, who's going to be talking about Taylor B's Teas. Taylor, I saw your name on. Hopefully you're up.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Alrighty, let me.
Great.
Okay, I'll just start by introducing myself. Hello, everyone. My name is Taylor. I feel the problem on the reservation is that there isn't enough Native-owned businesses and within Indian country in general. I'm Taylor Bell, the future founder of Taylor Breeze Tees LLC, and I'm looking to provide a t-shirt company that would feature mainly talented Native youth, making a positive impact in our community. My company would allow custom t-shirts supporting individuals and can be used for any occasion, whether that be birthdays or a basketball game. It's so much more than just a t-shirt company. With the success of my company can come great rewards for those making a positive difference on the reservation. I feel resulting in more and more youth will want to make the right choice in making a better community. So like I said before, the problem I feel is that there isn't enough support or recognition, and that's needed on the reservation, especially to the ones that are willing or that are passionate about something. I feel like that's where I would come in. I feel like if we do support people in the community, I feel like either we don't know how to show it or we're not supportive enough. So to start with my business, I would offer mainly t-shirts, but then with the success, I would look to expand into other items of clothing, such as like hoodies, sweats, leggings, stickers, mugs, just other sorts of merchandise. And so my main customers that I want to focus on is the Native athletes or the athletic teams. That would obviously include family members and fans because they give the most support. And then another customer would be a tourist. I feel like a lot of tourists come to Wyoming to visit, and I think it would be a good idea to feature Native American artists on their artwork on a shirt so that a tourist could take it back home for like a souvenir. And then I would like to work with other businesses so that I could promote their business or vice versa. And then, like I said in the introduction, just custom batches, custom orders for whether it was for a birthday or like a memorial or, you know, whatever you wanted really. So for my marketing segmentation would be the family, fans, athletes. I'd really want to include activists as well, and then artists and other business. So my competition locally is Shirts and More, and that's located in Lander. Stitches Embroidery, and that's in Riverton. Black Mountain Embroidery is located here in Ethity, and then Snow Deep Designs is also in Lander. I feel like one of my competitive advantages would be that I took a look at all of my competition's websites and their mobile layout, and I just feel like with my knowledge and prior college education, I feel like I could do, I guess, a lot better in that area when it comes to like web design and having a good mobile website. And then I would also like to focus a lot on search engine optimization because I feel like a lot, when I did Google these specific companies, they weren't the first to pop up. And so I feel like that's another advantage. Another advantage is that I'm younger. So I feel like I could appeal to the younger generations, especially like when it comes to internet culture, and like there's always like a lot of memes and a lot of older people aren't really aware of stuff like that. my research led me to search the history of Wyoming. And so when I searched that, the first thing that popped up was a Wyoming governed website. And the first thing they talked about was Native Americans. And I feel like that would be a competitive advantage to feature natives, because all of my competition, I didn't see nothing on there that had anything to do with Native Americans in Wyoming. I saw a lot of Wyoming, custom merchandise, but I didn't see nothing that featured natives. And we are a big part of Wyoming's history and what Wyoming was founded on. I also Googled the population of Fremont County, and it's close to 40,000 people, and we make up about 22.1%. So that's approximately 8,677 natives. So if I can appeal to that area, I feel like that would give me an advantage, because I'm willing to like give the natives more recognition. So for my marketing strategy, I obviously want to utilize social media, and I want to get a website going so that I could have online distribution, like direct to consumer. I'd also like to have like a pre-sale ready beforehand, so that I have shirts available at events like this upcoming basketball season, so that people are able to purchase right away instead of having to go throughout the process of making a shirt. And then I would like to be there. I'd also like to do giveaways or raffles or just anything to get the word out, even a t-shirt cannon. I'd also like to take advantage of the playoffs, the championships, and especially the rival games here on the reservation. And then something that I'm really looking forward to as an idea would be to make shirts for this upcoming Sundance, which is our Arapaho New Year. And just an idea for that, I would like to offer support to the Sundancers, because they fast for our tribe, and it's a big deal, and they do that for us, they do that for our elders, and I feel like we really need that type of tradition, and especially with what's going on with the coronavirus. And with that being said, I'd like to have like the proceeds go to any sort of relief when it comes to the coronavirus. I would like to donate like a percentage of the profit to help out with anyone that is affected on the reservation due to the coronavirus. And then in the future, I plan to, I really want to feature people that are making a difference, and they don't have to necessarily be Native athletes. For example, there's Christy Wildcat, Annabelle Brown, and Micah Lott. And so Christy Wildcat is also an activist, but she's a scholar. So I think that's really important if people are scholars. And then Micah Lott, he's an activist. And then Annabelle Brown, she's a makeup artist, and she started way back in I think like 2016, and she had a lot of people willing to pay her to do her makeup. So I feel like she's really passionate about that. I feel like she should be recognized along with Micah. He made it all the way to Spain to speak on issues with our reservation. He's like looking towards climate change issues. And then Christy, she was a triple major at the University of Wyoming, and I really like that she got the governor of Wyoming to announce that May 5th was the Missing Murdered Indigenous Woman Day. So I think that's really good. And these are the type of candidates that I would like to feature to support, because they're making a positive impact in our community. And so for my sales and channel strategy, I would like to do sort of like a brand story, a video, and I'd like to feature that on either my website or YouTube. And then the link here is just, I made a demo website, so I kind of already have a website up. But I would like to feature a video, like a mini documentary, just so you know a little bit more about who I am supporting, that who is on the shirt, what do they do, what are they about, what are their hobbies, what are their passions, are they gonna go to school, what are the, you could support them further if you know more about what they're about. And I would like to sell through mostly mountain sports stores locally, just to, because I feel like that's where a lot of t-shirts and other merchandise is sold. So I would like to really try to sell through there. And then I would personally deliver t-shirts myself if it's within range. And then obviously, like I said before, the direct to consumer, I'd like to mail it. And then I'd like to use an Instagram business account and create a Facebook page in order to further my advertising. And then with the Instagram business account page, you would be able to directly buy through Instagram instead of clicking on a link to a website to purchase. And then for my revenue model, I talked about a lot of these already, but obviously I'd like to make the people that wanted promotion to obviously pay for it. I'd like to sell shirts in bulk to families that pay ahead of time so that they are able to do whatever they want with the shirts. A big goal is to fulfill contracts and purchase orders with schools and districts so that I could be the one to make their, I guess, t-shirts for their sports teams. And then I would utilize resources that already exist. So Makerspace, they have the technology that is a little bit better than your traditional screen printing. So I would like to use that because that's available, and all you would need is just your own subscription and your own supplies. And then I had originally made a graph, but I couldn't figure out how to get it onto my presentation. So I sent it to the judges documents folder, but these are just some of my prototypes. So the purple is my niece, and she plays for the Lady Chiefs, and her name is Teresa Spoonhunter. And then to the right, that is also my niece, and her name is Sandy Friday, and she's part of the back-to-back state championship for the Lady Chiefs basketball. And then on the back of the shirt, I would feature like their socials so you could support them online. For example, their Instagram, their Facebook, their Snapchat. And then this in the center here is my cousin, and his name is Peter. And so for my timeline, obviously, I would like to establish a company, offer merchandise, and then promote individuals or businesses. I'd like to sell shirts, whether that's single or custom batch. In 2015, that's when I decided I wanted to become an entrepreneur. And then March 30th, 2017, I watched a free webinar on how to start or get going with a t-shirt company. And then in the fall of 2019, I started college for business to study entrepreneurship. And then in July, I'm looking to launch. And then September, I really want to get my website up and going. And then a couple of years from now, I would like to go to the Res 2020 convention in Las Vegas. And I'd hope to be a vendor and have my own booth and be well established by then. And then I came up with a mission statement. So my mission statement is Taylor Bees Tees aims to provide support towards individuals in order to help them succeed. TBTs will allow talented and passionate people to realize their full potential. With this opportunity, Taylor Bell's Tees will create a new era of growth and recognition. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. You're right on time. Excellent. Any questions from the judges?
Hello, Taylor. This is Jake from New Mexico Community Capital. I commend you on your
Hello.
presentation. I too have
Thank you.
screen print, and I'm wondering two things. A, have you thought about investing in sublimation equipment so that you could do more athletic garments, synthetic with synthetic materials? And B, have you thought of doing any type of live event, like live printing of the shirts or kind of on-site printing as a service?
I have not. But that's a really good idea.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Hey Taylor, it's Liza Millett. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Good, way to go.
Thank
That was a
you.
nice presentation. You know, I think that, have you thought about, you have a really unique story, and have you thought about, especially on the group sales, that cold calling, or, you know, directly, instead of passively getting at people via the internet, actually calling them up so they can get to know you and your story a little bit better? Because I bet that would be especially in smaller communities, it's a really good way to introduce yourself to people, though it takes a
Right.
little bit of getting used to on the cold call front, you know?
Yeah. No, but I have done something similar. I compiled a survey and I handed it out, and about a good, I want to say 30 people filled one out. And so in a way, I had to tell, every single person, whether if they weren't, in groups or, in different locations, I had to tell them what it's about, what I'm trying to do, the mission, the overall goal. And so in a way, I kind of have explained myself in that way, but that's a really good idea too, to think about calling people personally.
Well, good luck on that. We look forward to hopefully having CWC carry the shirts, right, Kyle?
That would be great. Thank you.
Taylor, I just had a question regarding using local artists. Would you commission their work, or would you buy the rights to their work?
I would commission their work. Does that answer your question?
It does, and then I ask because that becomes an economic multiplier, so that you're raising the water level for everybody, including the local artists. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right. Yes. Thank you.
Any further questions from the judges?
Yeah, Taylor, do you know how much money are you estimating you're going to need to get the business up and running, and also to buy your first amount of inventory?
So I calculated the numbers to the best of my ability, and I think I would need no more than, I want to say $10,000, but not even if that's just sort of like a leeway. If I were to be more exact, I'd want to say maybe $6,000. I could really get going. I could really hit the ground running.
Well, it sounds like silence on the rest of the judges. So cool. Thank you, Taylor.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate you doing that. So what we're going to do now, if you could stop screen sharing, Taylor, and then go on mute, that would be great. We are going to go, and the judges will be moved over into a private Zoom room, and to deliberate while the live performance, the dancers and the drummers are back on. And I hope you enjoy that respite while the judges figure out what they want to do here. So I'm hopeful that it's a really hard decision for them. That's my goal. And I think you guys, as people who were pitching today, probably did provide that difficulty for them. So I appreciate that. So anyway, that's what we're going to do. I think Fred is going to be moving the judges over, and we'll move on from here. Thanks very much. And we'll be back on at 4 o'clock with James Strasberg, if he's still available. And we'll do his last remarks and then an announcement of the winners at that point. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to turn it over to Jermaine Bell and Jen Frawa to share share some songs and a little bit of story behind, they travel throughout the US and Canada, currently with the boys drum from Minneapolis, Minnesota, but they haven't competed, like I said, at some of the big powwows throughout the US and Canada. And, Jermaine is a local here from the Wind River Reservation. So go ahead, Jermaine, take it away.
Hey, hey, Hoka. Thank you again for inviting us back. We're very honored to be here and listen to everybody's pitching and opening and closing on their businesses and all that good stuff. We were asked here by Teresa just to kind of talk about our singing and where it's taken us, who we are basically. I'm an enrolled member there in Wyoming there, Northern Arapahoe, but I currently call home in Fallon, Nevada. That's where we're at now. And that's where my wife is from. She is a Fallon Paiute, and we're in Northern Nevada, so it's pretty nice here. Not missing the wind, because obviously it's really windy back home. But yeah, so we're just going to talk a little bit about what we do and why we do it, and sing you some songs at the same time. So you want to say anything?
Hi guys, I'm Jennifer Frawa. I'm a Northern Paiute in Jemez Pueblo, and we currently reside in Fallon, Nevada. I think that's about it.
She's super shy. She's got a beautiful smile though. She just look at the camera all day. But I do sing with the drum group called The Boys, and I did have my own drum group there back at home. And when I moved away, things just kind of went. Everybody just kind of went their own way and just did their own thing. And I started traveling on my own, me and my wife, and the drum group, The Boys, out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. They're pretty well known all over the trail, and I was super honored to be asked to sing with them. And it goes back to about 2006 is when I first met all those guys, and they welcomed me to their drum with open arms, and I sang with them here and there for like 5 years, and then finally I jumped on board with them permanently in 2016, both of us, and we've been singing with them ever since. But we traveled all over the country, including Canada, and lately, like one of our favorite places we went to was Nova Scotia, and man, they treated us like, man, their hospitality there is just awesome. And we had like lobster every day, and she had like crab, and it was just like right by the ocean there. and it was just like really awesome food, good people, and but they flew us out there, and they treated us really good. So that's on the other side of the country if nobody knows where that is. I'm pretty sure y'all know. But yeah, we've sang at I personally sang at festivals and parades, and we both sang at college universities. Our singing's taken us everywhere. We were in Philadelphia, Canada. We went to LA. We were just all over the country. And because of the pandemic, we had to stay home, and it really interrupted our power trail, and it interrupted the way we live. And a lot of people that don't do what we do don't really understand that it's like a job, and not only does it help us support our own family, it takes away from visiting our family and friends all over, and we sure do miss everybody that we're around constantly in the summer. And not only that, you know, sharing music all over the power trail, sharing music everywhere that we go, and it just, this pandemic really took away a lot of energy, and it took away a lot of that. I make songs, so like I haven't made a song in months, just because, you know, I can't travel, and that's all part of it. So, but hopefully one day we'll get back on that trail again and start singing. So anyways, we wanted to share a couple of songs. We're just gonna kind of sing a song and then talk a little bit, sing a song, talk a little bit, until Teresa tells us she doesn't need us anymore and kicks us off. But yeah, so got the hand drum here. We're gonna go ahead and share a round dance song first, and then we'll share a powwow song, and we'll just go from there. So hopefully whoever's on, I don't know who's listening or anything like that, but hopefully you guys enjoy some of the songs, and we'll just go from there. So all right. Oh yeah, Thank you. Just warming up with the round dance. anybody's watching, there's this little icon on the bottom. If you touch your screen, there's 3 little dots, and then there's a little hand clapper on top of it. Yeah, there you go. We got one.
Thanks, Fred.
Thanks, Fred. And just to kind of encourage, yeah, Denise, and let's see who else is here. Yep. But yeah, just give us a hand. Sometimes we need encouragement. Man, we haven't sang in forever, huh?
Yeah.
But yeah. So just to go back a little bit before we start our next song. Again, I'm from there, the Wind River Reservation. Man, I started singing when I was super young. Me and my little brother used to go out and bang on a tire and bang on pieces of wood, and the fence, the car hood, and man, we just wanted to be singers, man. And we used to go to powwows, and just like any other res kid, we used to have to sit down. If we went to a powwow, we used to sit down, either sing or dance. We couldn't run around. We couldn't go anywhere else. And we wanted to be like any other res kid and go and run around and get dusty and dirty and play hooky on the cars, which we did a lot. We got away with a lot of that. But yeah, so yeah, I started singing real young, and finally, you know, I was given that right to carry the drum and be a lead singer and start making songs. You know, my grandma and my grandpa, my dad, they all took us to an actual ceremony and gave us that. There's a bird that just landed right on our door.
Okay.
Sorry, but it's like hanging on our screen. It's just chilling there. But yeah, that's how I started singing. We actually got put into the circle properly. We try to keep all the ceremonial and sacred stuff out of that circle, because my grandma always taught me, you know, powwows are a celebration. They're basically, you know, they're just to celebrate. That's, you know, there's nothing sacred about it, you know, but everything we do as Native people, we do in a circle. So yeah, so that's kind of, you know, what we how I was brought into the circle and how I started singing. You want to tell them how you started?
Mine's a little bit simpler. I actually grew up around powwows, traveling a lot with my family, with my mom and my brothers and my grandma. It would just be us traveling around dancing. And myself, I was a dancer way before I was a singer. And I tried singing when I was younger, like teenager and whatnot, but never really stuck with it until, you know, me and Jermaine became a couple. And with his encouragement, you know, I found the love of singing, and he helped me a lot along the way. And, you know, I'm really happy to still be able to be singing today, and, you know, getting to meet the different women that sing behind all the other drums, and, you know, create that sister bond. You know, it's really encouraging, and the love we show for each other is really amazing. And, you know, what's awesome too is through this whole pandemic is that, you know, we check up on each other, even if we haven't really, you know.
They just selected one.
I don't even know. We're able to check up on each other. Let's see the next one.
Okay, but yeah, she's really modest and she don't like bragging about herself, which is cool. But I love to brag about my wife. She's won backup singing championships all over the country, and including Gathering the Nations, which we're both going to be attending next year. Me as the head Northern drum judge, so I'll be there next year. I was supposed to be the drum judge this year, but due to the pandemic, it was canceled. So, but yeah, so doing a lot of good things. You know, trying to be good role models to the younger generation there back home. So, we're gonna go ahead and sing a song, sing a powwow song. This is a newer song I made last year at the Mandaree celebration, and one of the biggest powwows since Commits days. So go ahead and sing that. Excuse us, we haven't sang in forever, so again, our voices are kind of iffy. But if we can get like a little round of applause, thank you. If you guys just go to that little dot thing and you're listening. If not, it's cool. We're still gonna sing. But anyways, while we're kind of resting up the voice, getting the next song ready, just a little bit about the powwow trail. We travel all over the country, like Trista said, and like I mentioned earlier. We've learned a lot about being around other businesses and
Entrepreneurs.
Yes, there you go, entrepreneurs. And it's pretty cool seeing this and being a part of this, being the music and entertainment part of this and listening to everybody and how everybody's going about trying to start their own business. And it really inspired us on a powwow trail to try to vend. And we want to become our own vending. And the market for the powwow trail is super good, man. And there's a lot of things you can sell at a powwow and make a good living. And we make a really decent living just from powwows, just from singing, being at powwows. But we wanted to go that extra mile and the extra challenge and really try to push ourselves to being vending. We've had ideas that we floated around, like selling coffee, drinks, like refresher drinks, fruit drinks, a lot of stuff, maybe like, stuff that are healthier for dancers, because you don't really get to eat healthy when you're at a powwow, and it's really hard to stay healthy. Even when you're a dancer, you're staying in shape, you're going out there dancing, contesting, but about 80% of the people there really ain't eating healthy. They're eating a lot of fried foods and a lot of stuff that ain't good for you. So we floated around the idea of selling sandwiches that are fat free, or bowls that are
like gluten or
yeah,
vegan, like.
yeah. And we've actually seen some vendors on the power trail that was selling healthier meals and healthier options. So, but you don't see them at every powwow. And unlike, some of those vendors, we go to almost every powwow there is. And every big powwow, you'd probably see us at those big powwows. So we really, it really inspired us to go and try to open up something to vend at a powwow and really, really help out our Native American people to try to eat healthier. And that's what we've been trying to do. And it's very, very hard, especially when you're in a car for, 16 hours a day. Sometimes, I'll have to travel across the country, to get there, the very next day. So we're in a car for 18 hours, and you have to stop and eat at these fast food restaurants, or, but again, that's something we were trying to do, and we really wanted to kind of touch base on that while we're on a platform like this. And to some of you businesses or you entrepreneurs on here, it'd be a good idea to maybe kind of branch off into the powwow market and use the powwow trail as maybe a stepping stone in the right direction to open up your business. And it's really good, especially clothing, food, anything. Their powwows are starting to advance just like rodeos. We're always a step behind America. Whatever, something like CDs, we're still selling CDs when the rest of America is downloading. So once we get to that, who knows where America is going to be at. So it's really, it's a really open market, and we really encourage all you entrepreneurs here to go ahead and maybe look at that as an option as well.
And I think it'd be really nice to see more representatives from the Wind River area, see them out there selling and representing and, doing well out there.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of tribal members or anybody from Wyoming that you see out there in a powwow trail. I'm like a needle in a haystack, and so is she from her here on her res. We're like one person out of like almost the whole tribe that you see representing our tribe going out there. Now there's more singers coming off my res there at home, which is good. The younger generation's coming up. We got to pass the torch, sooner or later. But I'm hoping these younger guys will go out and experience what we experienced and really opened up our eyes. And we made family and friends all over the country, including Canada, and just we have had opportunities that changed our life. And I'm really hoping people there at home do the same, and take those opportunities. If you got an opportunity in front of you, and kick the door down and go through it, man, let's go. So well, we're gonna go ahead and sing one more song, and then we'll turn the time back over to Teresa and all that good stuff. So all right, this is the first song me and my wife sang together. Personally, she hasn't been singing like by herself with me. We just started singing like last year together. So we're still climbing those ladders, so, but she's really good. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and sing this song for you. Go ahead and enjoy. When you're far away, when you're far away, when I close my eyes, there you are so beautiful to me. When you're far away, when you're far away, when I close my eyes, there you are so beautiful to me. We want to thank you for all your attention, and want to thank Teresa and the whole organization there for inviting us to come and sing for you guys and share a little bit about what we do.
And also good luck to everybody who submitted their proposals, their business proposals.
Yes, we hope your guys' businesses prosper, man. We're looking forward to seeing every single one of you guys out there. I go home, I want to see everybody, just doing their thing, man, and good luck. We hope you guys go far in your entrepreneurship, and wish you all the best. So thank you, Teresa. We appreciate it. And anything else you need from us?
No, thank you.
All righty. You guys have a good one. Hat chat and and we'll see you guys. Take care. Be safe.
All right, ho, Jermaine and Jen. So I guess I will kind of fill in some time, and hopefully Kyle will be able to share just kind of some of his experience throughout this process. So in December of 19, we were kind of asked to, get a picture of economic development, entrepreneurship, small businesses on the Wind River Indian Reservation. And so we decided to get a group of people that were either past councilmen, had their own small businesses here. And we called it Meeting of the Minds. And basically we just wanted to bring in people that, have had success here on the Wind River Indian Reservation, either having a small business or, help develop some revenue for tribes. So we look at tribes from a bigger perspective. Right now on the national level, tribes are a big player. For instance, in oil and gas, 25% of the US's oil and gas revenue, holdings are on tribal lands. So that means that tribes are in a pretty good position when it comes to oil and gas. Natural gas is a big revenue, and many of it comes, from Indian lands, Indian reservations, trust lands held, by the United States. Through this trust relationship, this political relationship between the United States and tribes that was established through treaty making. And a lot of people think, well, those treaties are obsolete, they no longer pertain, but actually Indian treaties are protected by the US Constitution. Indians won't be taxed as stated in the US Constitution, just compensation, meaning that any land taken from tribes, therefore the tribes must be paid for that. Treaties are the supreme law of the land. So meaning that, tribes, when it comes to treaties, there's a mention of, for instance, the Blackfeet tribe, who are kind of now in a battle with the National Forest Service over oil and gas revenue. oil and gas exploration. So the Blackfeet still have treaty rights in the area called Badger to Medicine that they were ceded in 1895. In that agreement of 1895, the only, I guess, minerals mentioned in the 1895 agreement were copper and nickel. Not copper, would have been gold and nickel, sorry. And in 1895, the tribes said, well, we will lease this area to you so you can get the gold and nickel, because at that time, you know, tribes didn't really have any value or knew the value of gold. You know, mainly tribes dealt with on a trade relationship, a barter relationship with other tribes. That was kind of their economic, I guess, economic values, was to have that bartering relationship. And so we still do see some of those things here on the Wind River Indian Reservation, such as in, you know, we see, you know, the farmers market, that's local. We see people, you know, trading for services. And so, you know, that market is still alive and well, you know, in Indian country. But, you know, when tribes, you know, have holdings such as an oil gas, that makes them a big player. When you include the Canadian First Nations, they hold 35% of the US's, you know, or the North America's oil and gas reserves. And so for years, you know, tribes have allowed the US government to manage that resource and that under the treaty relationship. And so we see a lot of tribes such as the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara, you know, start to educate themselves and start to bring in, you know, I believe here on this tribe, you know, at one time they were getting maybe $7, $8 a barrel of oil, yet the US is paying Afghanistan, you know, $32 to $38 a barrel of oil. So you start to see that really unequal treatment of tribes. And so this is why it's important for us as Native people to become educated, to be able to sit at the table and to negotiate, you know, those relationships, that trust relationship. If the US is going to manage our resources, we deserve equality, right? That's the whole situation that's going on. And so, you know, we deserve to not get paid $6. And so we see the MHA Nation who negotiated and were able to at least get $19. And that would have been years ago. I'm not sure what they're paying them right now. I haven't kept up on that. So when we talk about economic development, a lot of times tribes have just solely focused on tribal revenue. But there are other tribes that have set up corporations to specifically deal with tribal citizen small businesses, tribal entrepreneurships. And so right now here in Fremont County, Central Wyoming College will start to offer the Bachelor of Applied Science. And myself and Kyle Trumbull were both a part of this process. We will be offering a Bachelor of Applied Science in Tribal Leadership. When you're a tribal leader, you're being called upon to manage the tribe's resources, whether it's oil and gas, for timber, water, fish and wildlife. And so you're, in a sense, you're coming in as a tribal leader to start making $1 million decisions. But if you don't have the background and the knowledge base, then yeah, we're going to be stuck at that $6 a barrel of oil. And so this is where we're really trying to do a lot of community outreach, such as this project, and be able to start give citizens tools to not only better their lives, but also, you know, when your neighbor's doing well, you know, it's like that positive energy, right? Then, you know, others start to ask questions and start to develop more businesses, more opportunities. And so the tribal leadership option, you know, is really going to cover, you know, federal Indian law. What is that trust relationship between the US government and tribes? And where do states come into, you know, that formula? So right now, you know, a lot of people, when they think of tribes, they think of them as minorities. And a lot of times because of relocation into urban areas, sometimes that minority relationship gets, viewed as that's the relationship, but really it's not. The relationship with tribes is a political relationship based on treaty. The treaty relationships, the deal for the land. A lot of, I guess, misinformation is that, oh, the US gave us reservations. That's not true. Tribes chose where they wanted to live. Tribes agreed to share their resources, right? When you think about it, ranchers that are near a reservation, they're benefiting from the tribe's water. And most are, and because the tribe hasn't been able to manage their water properly due to underfunding, budget cuts, tribes could be in a powerful position. I've looked at, some of, I believe when I was in grad school, the Blackfeet tribe were being offered by the state of Montana, 14 million to not settle their water, 14 million for 25 years. And I was in Arizona where water is really scarce, right? It's the desert. And, I was we had to read, about the Arizona Water Compact. And the chairman called me and asked me, what do you think of this? And I was like, no, don't do it. Don't sign it. Fortunately, only 4 people showed up and they needed 5 to sign it. So they weren't subject to that water compact by the state of Montana because the US gave the states the power to adjudicate water settlements. And so I said, no, I said, you need to look at these tribes down here where we had the tribe, it's Saskatoon, and I think they're Autumn, I can't even remember what their tribe is, but they're leasing their water to the city of Phoenix for $100 million a year. The Colorado Indian tribes lease their water rights to the state of California. And so here you had the Blackfeet tribe that was at the headwaters gonna get 14 million for 25 years. That doesn't make sense. The Blackfeet did finally settle their water 2 years ago, and believe me, it wasn't for 25 million. I think just the beginning of the settlement was around 800 million. And so this is where it's really important for us as Native people to become more educated about business contracts, that lease. I recommend tribes do not make any more 50, 100-year leases because we've seen with the Cabal settlement where the US government has lost those leases, has not renewed those leases. And in some sense, it's kind of led to conflict within communities, right? Within tribes and townships. And so, this is one of the opportunities, through nation building, that the tribal leadership option will kind of help give, an overall view to tribes and tribal leaders to take on these roles, whether they're a tribal leader, a program director, or they want to be a business person. They need to understand your relationship, your federal relationship, the state relationship, and the local relationship. We know through the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, the tribe contributes a lot of money to townships, to law enforcement, to local charities that aren't tribal. And that's because the way the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act was, written. And so a lot of people, get upset because not all the 100% revenue, we know all other casino owners, they get 100% of their revenue. But after tribes meet all the over regulations by the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, it's probably, 70%, if that. And some tribes have state compacts where the state gets up to 40% of the revenue. And so these are kind of some of the issues that under this Bachelor of Applied Science that we'll be able to start to share with our people. Treaties are 3 or 4 pages. We hope to be starting to teach our children about this treaty relationship in 3rd or 4th grade, because I didn't have any exposure to it until I went to grad school. And so, starting to prepare our kids to be able to manage our resources, to be able to promote citizen entrepreneurship is really important to help raise, just the life, the lifeway, the opportunities. I mean, we have, 2.2 million acres here, and how much is it is used to bring in business or develop businesses. Those are kind of some of the things that we're hoping to, through this startup challenge, we'll be able to start to share with the local community and also with our partners. 307 Impact, UWF Score, Hapari, those are some of our partners that have been a part of this process. And then the second degree, second option under the Bachelor of Applied Science is the Business and Entrepreneurship program at Central Wyoming College. And both of these programs are set to roll out. And Kyle has been a major contributor to, sitting down and getting that degree ready, for local citizens, but also tribal. And because I feel that business is very important to tribal leadership, we've had some classes that are going to be cross-listed with not only American Indian Studies, but, for the people that are taking our, the Bachelor of Applied Science, they're going to get a good knowledge base of local businesses, local opportunities, working with tribes. We have practicums, giving them hands-on experience where a lot of times you don't get those job skills. You don't get to go do a practicum before you get your degree. And then you have a degree and then you have no job skills and you don't know how to apply it in your community. So having this Bachelor of Applied Science is really important and essential for the Wind River Indian community. And being that this startup challenge, it's really kind of opened the doors and brought in a good support system for not only local, leaders, but for the community. Like I said, we had done a couple workshops before and we had 5 to 10 people show up. So the first night when we brought in the Wind River Startup Challenge, we had 40 people. We had to move them to another room. We had to use Zoom that we weren't great at yet and try to make it work so, community members could ask questions. And I know, one was like, what if all those 40 people or more that showed up started businesses here on the Wind River Indian Reservation? Because we know that a lot of our money goes to Casper, goes to Billings, leaves Fremont County. And so, being able to, as they say, keep that dollar within the community would be a benefit. And, with the companies that are the presenters today, we see that there's a market for them locally, and there's a market for many, many more businesses here on the Wind River Indian Reservation. And how do we start to build that infrastructure and that support system, for small business, for tribal citizen-owned businesses? Those are really key, and also brings in, keeps people busy. The health one, it bring, speaking of health, the Navajo Nation, they had, it's a tax law that they put into effect to try to combat, obesity and diabetes within their younger community. I guess the first run of this tax law, they labeled it chemical warfare against the Navajo Nation children. And that was referring to sugar and diabetes, obesity, which we see leads to more diseases and cancer. And so to kind of lighten it up, they decided to call it the Navajo Nation junk food tax. So they're taxing people that come into their community, or go to their stores, right? Their local stores. If you buy a pop, chips, candy bar, donuts, what is it, the Little Debbie's, then you would have to pay 2% tax, because most reservations don't have a tribal tax. Well, but they do have they can tax within their community, but most don't because of the poverty. But with this revenue, they've been able to establish healthier nutrition programs, youth programs to promote healthy lifestyle. But, you know, putting 2% tax, yeah, I might think about it, you know, if it was my children, I'm like, you don't need a pop, you know, you don't need chips, you know, those are things that will start to change. And so we have a healthier community. And so these are just kind of examples of how tribes can approach, you know, small businesses. How do we bring in more revenue? How do we improve the lifestyle within the Wind River Indian community? And like I said, a lot of times we don't tax, so that's why we have a lot of people that come in, you know, for tobacco, because we don't tax on tobacco. So a lot of people come in onto our reservation for tobacco. We've heard of people bringing you know, trucks or, you know, the small U-Hauls to buy tobacco just so they don't have to pay the tax. And so there are, you know, a little bit, there are many opportunities for tribes to kind of step up. And, you know, we've seen kids, the Tonka Bar with Buffalo, you know, not only promoting healthier meat, but traditional plants, traditional foods, which are helping people. We're starting to see many of our traditional plants even dealing with COVID. You know, they're saying some of our traditional ways, our TEK, our traditional ecological knowledge, has kept us, you know, healthier. And so those are kind of some of the things that we don't want to profit out of, but, you know, they're, rather than us buying, you know, $40, $50 worth of over-the-counter meds, you know, a lot of tribes, you know, have, you know, their own traditional knowledge that, you know, needs to be preserved. You know, that's one of the things that we're facing. And so we've seen other tribes that have invested some of their revenues into preserving language, to preserving culture, and promoting pride. You know, a lot of the presenters you see today were very prideful, and I admire that, because for a long time, you know, Natives struggled because of the communities, because of the poverty. But when you have, you know, your own business, you know, you're busy, you kept busy, and you're having, you know, you're learning. We've had some people that had businesses that failed, but they never gave up, and they came back and, you know, looked at what caused it to fail and came right back to do it again. And so these are kind of some of the opportunities that the Bachelor of Applied Science will be able to share with the local community. We'll also be doing, not, you know, specifically, you know, it's not just for people seeking a degree. Each program has a certificate built in. So if you already have a degree, but you've never worked in the Native community, you know, it might be good to take the tribal leadership option. I've taught federal Indian law, and I've had people that work locally in businesses. I had a nutritionist in my class. I had someone that worked at the Job Corps, and one that worked at the state school. And those three people were like, everybody needs to take this class. Everybody needs to learn about the relationship the tribe has with the federal government, because right now, any controversy becomes us versus them. But regardless of that, we're still Fremont County. We're still a community. Doesn't matter if you're Indian or non-Indian. You know, we have to work together. We have to be able to understand tribal relationships with sovereignty, but we also want to bring business onto the reservation. We want to share business and have business partners on and off the reservation. And so bringing, you know, these opportunities is really one of the key points for, you know, bringing this Bachelor of Applied Science here to this community. And we're really looking forward to that. We actually are starting in the fall. We just got approved in April. So we're kind of pushing forward, but, you know, for us, the reservation-based program started prior to, I've been here for 6 years, and it started before I came here. You know, the tribal leaders were like, we need to understand natural resource development. We need to understand federal Indian law. Our leaders need to have these tools necessary to be an effective tribal leader, rather than come in here and try to figure out this relationship when they only have a 2-year term. And, you know, they're not sure about these decisions. They don't understand, you know, natural resource management. They don't understand oil and gas. They don't understand energy. they don't understand business, but yet they're required to make $1 million decisions, you know, and so, you know, this request has finally come to fruition thanks to, you know, Central Wyoming College, our leadership team, Dr. Brad Tyndall, who's been very visionary, and he has been a great partner making efforts to come out to meet with the local, not only the tribal leaders, but he's actually met with tribal programs. Looking at agriculture, you know, the tribe has a tribal ranch. Another venture is bringing the buffalo back. We brought, you know, both tribes, the Shoshone brought back some buffalo and the Arapaho brought some more buffalo back. And what is their impact, you know, on this community? Because we know if you go in and try to buy wild game meat, right, it's a lot pricier than beef, but yet the wild game is a lot healthier. And so is this something that's going to help us be more healthier? You know, we don't have a herd right now to be sustainable, to be able to sow bison, but, you know, right now, you know, those are kind of some of the things that we're looking at and considering, you know, for the health of the nation. You know, something that's not, you know, there are studies between cattle versus bison, you know, the benefit of the landscape. And so those are kind of some of the things that all play a role in the health and the well-being and economic development here on the Wind River Reservation. So I want to ask Kyle to kind of share a little bit about his experience and, you know, how we're going to, we will start the next challenge, hopefully early, if the judges aren't ready yet.
The judges are not quite out of their session just yet, so yeah.
So Kyle, can you share some of your insight?
Kyle's in with the judges.
Oh, he is? Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I guess I gotta keep going. So, you know, we do really appreciate, you know, your time, taking the time to watch some of the pitches today. Like I said, I'm very proud of all the finalists and everybody that even submitted into the competition. I think it's really, it brings hope. It brings hope to our nation, and it brings enlightenment in some ways, because, you know, right now it gave them something else to focus on, knowing that, you know, we're in COVID right now, and how do we deal with this, you know, being confined, but trying to stay healthy and trying to make sure that, you know, our businesses can, you know, see through this hard times. There are some supports, the Wind River Development Fund, I think someone mentioned it, but they are one of the support systems here on the Wind River Reservation that is set to help, you know, people that want to start to venture or, you know, have their own small business, do some tribal entrepreneurship. We have some tribes that are looking at, we have the White Mountain Apache tribe that has a stellar hunting, not only for their own tribe, but they also allow other tribes, because they have been able to manage their wild fish and wildlife, you know, fairly well. They bring in other tribes, and they also open it up to non-tribal members to be able to do big game hunting. And through that, they allow their own citizens to be outfitters for these non-tribal hunters. So you have local citizens being outfitters, being able to provide, you know, a service, but also, you know, make a little money, you know, to support them for, you know, being their guides, you know, bringing them horses, helping them, you know, throughout the hunt. You know, those are some of the opportunities that are available, you know, that tribes have looked at and utilized to bring in revenue. I know the Blackfeet tribe has auctioned off tags at, you know, big wildlife conventions, and they use that revenue to make sure that, you know, their fish and game equipment, you know, their wardens have, you know, a job more or less, but also have support and you know, training and being able to do hunter safety trainings. And so, you know, there are many opportunities, you know, for tribes to allow not only, you know, be a tribal investment, but local citizens. We see a lot of arts and crafts. I know for my father's family here on the Wind River Reservation, his uncle raised him because his mother had passed away when he was like 6 or 7. And so his uncle raised them and supported them by doing beadwork. And we do have a lot of people that do beadwork, quill work, they sew. And so those are kind of some of the local people that, are able to make a little bit of money and pay their bills, keep the lights on. Those are kind of some of the things that, at one point, someone's like, how do we market this local arts and crafts? Could we have, for instance, buildings so that they could set up? We've seen the Navajo Nation have pullouts where their tribal members have turquoise and are able to sell some of their jewelry. Those are kind of some of the citizen entrepreneurs. We've seen, I believe there was a youth, and I believe she was from Canada, start to make jingles for powwow dancers and be a Native-owned company and support, the Native community, but also provide, so people can continue to dance and go to powwows. Jermaine mentioned that powwows is a market in itself. We also have Indian relays. We have Indian rodeos that are also big. It's a big market. I know when they hosted the Indian National Championships for Indian relays in Billings, they held it for like, I think 5 days. And in those 5 days, they brought in over $5 million to the city of Billings. And that's a huge amount of money. So the next year they had it, the local businesses had up signs for Indian relay. It created a better relationship between Indians and non-Indians because the business owners realized how much money the local tribes were bringing in, that during those 5 days, they made the bucks. And the next year, like I said, when I went to Texas Roadhouse and they had a sign that said, "Welcome Indian Relay fans," and so we're starting to see that this is start to build, those relationships, whether it be us versus them. We're starting to see a community being built, that we all share the same resources. We all want, successful business. We all want a good relationship, a good partnership. And for me, since I've been here, I've really tried to focus, our programs to not specifically just be the American Indian Studies program, but, if you're going to have business, if you're going to work with tribal leadership, land is a big issue in itself. You have to understand their sovereignty. You have to understand federal Indian law. You have to understand allotment. You have to understand leases, because even though some lands were sold, we still see some tribes have mineral rights. And, I realized I missed on the Blackfeet, the oil and gas battle, Badger to Medicine, because it's a battle right now. In the agreement itself, it said, hey, they only negotiated gold and copper. Therefore, guess who gets revenue from oil and gas? The Blackfeet tribe. Because that's a subsurface mineral versus surface mineral. And, other people were like, no, that's not part of the reservation. The tribe has no rights to say what they can and can't do. Yes, they do have rights that are protected by the US Constitution. And that's why the Blackfeet, any agreement that's made in any management plan, any lease, anything, they have the right to be consulted to make sure it doesn't affect their rights as a tribe. And, and even though oil and gas is a revenue, for the tribe also takes into consideration the culture, the lifestyle, the landscape, right? And so, they've kind of been on the other side where they haven't supported oil and gas development because the revenue that they would get from there would never restore or replace the water, right? Because they're a headwaters tribe. The fish and game, that's a part of their daily life. They need those animals, the plants that they use, not only for food, but for medicine. you know, to help combat diabetes, to help combat COVID. You know, those are reasons why tribes, you know, are so against, you know, oil and gas development in a place that, and then you have another group that wants it to be wilderness. And they have the money, right? Because they raise money and they fundraise to lobby Congress that Badger to Medicine has been considered or been up to be designated wilderness like 3 times. But because treaties are protected by the US Constitution, Badger to Medicine has been denied wilderness because the Blackfeet tribe is dependent on it for subsistence, meaning they need that area to survive as a people, a human right, right? The Human Rights Covenant. And so, you know, being able to have a good relationship and partnership is really key to not only economic development, but acknowledging sovereignty of tribes. You know, like I said, there are a couple of tribes that actually have waived, you know, their sovereignty to be able to bring businesses on the reservation, and they took a risk because that means that if the tribe doesn't live up to their side of the bargain, that business, that investor can sue the tribe, you know, for that contract. But some tribes are not to that level, right? They haven't been able to develop economically and create a stability, you know, within their reservation. And so there are some tribes that are very leery about doing specific economic development ventures or, you know, allowing outside business to come in. And so this is where the tribes are starting to really trying to promote local businesses, local entrepreneurs. We do have a few successful entrepreneurs here that have been here for over 10 years. I know we have the Heinz store in Fort Washakie. Here in Ethity, we don't really have any businesses. The businesses that we have are tribally owned, the gas station and the Little Wing Casino and the cafe. We do have, oh wait, I should say that because we do have a towing company, an individual that has a towing company. And so there is plenty of room, you know, for small business, even in this community, because we have the Wyoming Indian School here, we have the tribal offices here. And so this could be a really good spot. It's kind of central, you know, for people to do local business. You know, everybody says we need a tire shop here, you know. So there is opportunity, but how do we start to open the door for local citizens, local tribal members to, you know, start to have a business plan? So this is one of the, you know, the startup challenge is really a great opportunity for the reservation. We hope to see, you know, many more participate, you know, coming this fall. We'll start a little bit earlier. Like I said, we did start in January. And, you know, for me, you know, I was like, you know, we need to understand the tribal relationship with economic development, the reservation relationship with the state, the county, and the federal relationship. And like I said, we're learning as we go, but we had someone that wanted to do bottled water. And he had a good plan, but right now our water code doesn't support that at this point. It may further down the road, but this was kind of upsetting because I guess the entrepreneur had to drop out of the competition because after he did all the work, he found that our water code didn't support that. And so those are things that, you know, make it a little bit more complicated to do, you know, some ventures on the reservation. But that doesn't mean that we can't still do other things. You know, we are a member of Fremont County. Some of our tribal leaders are, you know, tribal citizens can have businesses there, but having a little bit of startup and support is really essential. And so hopefully, you know, we do have new director at Windward Development Fund. We're starting to build a better relationship with state support. And so bringing these opportunities to the Wind River community is really important. And you just educating each other, sharing knowledge. You know, like I said, we had the meeting of the minds in December. Then come January, they're like, hey, will you partner with us on this? And although we only had one meeting before we became a partner, you know, Kyle and I did our best to try to, bring in the best of the best in the community to serve as mentors, to share some of their success, their challenges in developing business. Our last, and so this little meeting of the minds now is known as RED, which refers to Reservation Economic Development. And at our last RED meeting, we had presentations by Makerspace and the restoration at Arapahoe Ranch. And, it was really good information. And we just want to be a good partner, because we know there is people that are doing extraordinary things and trying to do small business, trying to do economic development here in the Wind River community. But a lot of times we all kind of work in our own space. And so we're trying to use the Startup Challenge to be partners and be able to share resources and help each other, start to build, a better support system for these 40 people that showed up in January to find out and ask questions. And so if we can start a little bit earlier, if we can start in September, we should have at least, some solid business plans by January of next year. But I think, for us, being thrown into this at January, kind of, some of the guys are like, I'm not ready yet. I don't really understand this. And then, like I said, we had someone that worked on their project and had to drop out because of the water code. And we don't want that to happen. We want to be able to educate anybody and everybody that wants to understand this relationship between tribal sovereignty, economic development, entrepreneurship, and we want to support them in any way we can, whether it's, bringing in some of the classes, people didn't know how to use Zoom, right? We want to be able to be a support for that. Another one, some people didn't know how to do a spreadsheet. We want to bring people in and learn them how to use Google Docs or Microsoft, being able to do, there are some business programs to start to, I know I even signed up for one, and I'm not even have no interest in being a business person, but because I do arts and crafts, occasionally people, ask me to do things, and most of the time I don't, but there's a few times that I said, okay, you're my friend, I'll do something for you. By being able to keep track of, my small business, my consultant or my sewing or my beading, and making it a little bit easier to claim on taxes. So, are we ready?
Hey, Teresa, yeah, we're back on. Okay. And I'm going to hand the ball over to James.
Okay. Okay, James is on.
Cool.
I think, never mind.
Yes, can you hear me?
We sure can, James.
Okay, good. First of all, I just want to say I'm sorry, I'm on the phone and I'm having to listen to you through the computer. So are we ready for the announcement of the winners?
Yeah, and whatever comments you have, I would mute your computer so you can just be on the phone. That would be fine.
Okay, I was listening to you through the computer. For some reason, I couldn't hear you on the phone. But I'm ready to announce the winners. First of all, I wanted to say congratulations to everyone. I want to thank especially CWC, Kyle Trumbull and Teresa for helping through this whole process. Also, Hapari, High Plains American Indian Research Institute, the SBSC, Sarah, we're very grateful for all your work. WTBC, Dave Bowling and his staff, and all the work they've done to make this a success. Earlier, Teresa had mentioned that in the beginning, the first workshop that we held, we had over 40 people that were interested in submitting a business proposal. And our second workshop, we ended up with 20 more that weren't at the first one. And so, you know, this challenge, the Wind River Startup Challenge, really has generated a lot of interest in business on the reservation. And I think just that alone is, you know, a huge success. You know, 60 new businesses on the reservation would be a huge impact on the reservation and on our community. There's a couple of things that I also wanted to mention. Dave mentioned this earlier, is that the coaches and the sponsors of this competition didn't have anything to do with the judging. And so the judges were completely separate. They went through a lot of deliberations. It was tough. And I really appreciated being a part of that, listening to that conversation. Of course, I didn't contribute in any way. But I want to thank each and every one of the judges for their work on this today. I have confidence that each of these businesses that we heard presentations from today are going to be successful. The judges really had a tough go, and they decided that rather than give all the 25,000 to just one winner, that it was going to be divided up. They really feel strongly that each one of these businesses is going to be successful, and so all 5 businesses are going to receive some funding. And so I'm going to announce these in order of their presentations. The first presentation was Red's Recon, and the judges and Dave wanted it to be announced this way. And so Red's Recon will receive $1,000. Wildflower Salon and Spa will receive $10,000. Intertribal Wellness will receive $3,000. Heavy Hand Fencing will receive $10,000. And Taylor's Bees Tea will receive $1,000. Again, I just want to say congratulations to all the winners. And we definitely want to make sure that you know that CWC, Hapari, SBDC, WTBC are all available to you for any future guidance that you need. You know, next year we plan on having another competition of 25,000 for 25,000. Beyond that, I'm working hard with the UW Foundation so that we can build endowment at the university so that this work and these competitions can go on into the future. But again, thank you and congratulations to each of the winners.
This program. And I think the drummers are going to be on and dancers are going to be on again. Is that right, Teresa?
No, I think we're done now.
Okay, cool. I appreciate everybody's help. In particular, I want to thank again the finalists. Did a tremendous amount of work to get to where you were at. And I applaud you. If we were in person, you would have gotten applause. Unfortunately, being virtual, we can do it with graphics, and that's about it. Also, really want to thank the judges for their time and consideration, thoughtful consideration about how to do this. As you can tell, because of how much time it took, there was a lot of debate about it. You made the judge's job difficult, which is perfect. It should be difficult, and it was. You should all be proud of yourselves. And, you know, I hope you have a great rest of your weekend, and we continue to move forward. James said, SBDC is here to help you. WTBC is here to help you. CWC is here to help you. We want to see you all succeed. So have a great rest of the summer, but we hope to continue talking to you. All right. So I guess, Fred, you can shut it down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Great event.
Thank you.